Chapter 1348. The total reward from the ancient profound association was quite generous. However, Chunzong was not very excited. After all, he had quite a number of earth essence pills in his spatial ring. What really made Chunzong happy was that he had absorbed a large amount of baleful aura in the secret place, causing his Azura clone, Chun Xiao, to raise his cultivation from the early First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the late First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. His strength had also increased. It could be said that in the secret place, Chunzong was the one who had gained the most out of the 5 prodigies on the Netherworld ranking. As for the profound sky swordlin E, although he had obtained a peak Saint Rudiment stage corpse, he had to hand it over to the higher-ups of the ancient profound association and obtain some rewards. He believed that the rewards he would receive would be even more generous than Chunzong and the other 3. After all, he was a prodigy that the ancient profound association had focused on nurturing. If Chunzong and the other 3 chose to join the ancient profound association, they would naturally receive the corresponding treatment. After receiving the reward from the ancient profound association, the 4 of them left the ancient profound building one after another and walked towards the mysterious nether courtyard. Number 93 mysterious nether courtyard was the one Chunzong was currently living in. After Chunzong opened the protection of number 93 mysterious nether courtyard, he pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he closed the door, a shadow seemed to travel through the void and flashed by like an illusion. After 2 breaths, Chunzong's footsteps did not stop. His speed did not change, but a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. The moment he opened the door and walked in, he had a bad feeling. It spread from the deepest part of his heart and turned into an extremely strong sense of danger that swept through his entire body, straight to his mind and soul. Chunzong knew that danger was approaching. It was in this mysterious nether courtyard. It was just that it was difficult to make an accurate judgment on where the danger was coming from. However, Chunzong did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He continued to walk as if he did not know anything. The strong sense of danger became more and more obvious. Just as Chunzong pushed open the door and walked in, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, as if the day had turned into night in an instant. Even though Chunzong had excellent eyesight, he could not see anything, as if his vision had been temporarily deprived. Immediately after, a slight and sharp sound rang out, as if a sharp blade had quietly torn through the sky, piercing Chunzong's heart from the back, killing him instantly. Quick, suddenly, precision, ruthless. He had used all of his strength in this attack without holding back. He only wanted to kill Chunzong. It had to be said that the person who attacked was very decisive and very experienced. He could be called a super assassin. If Chunzong hadn't been aware of it or prepared for it, the attack might have succeeded. However, Chunzong had already sensed it, but he was not sure where the other party would attack from, so he pretended not to know and waited for the other party to attack first. As soon as the light dimmed, Chunzong activated his heart domain and released it to cover a radius of 5 meters. Although his eyes were restricted by the darkness and could not see anything, his heart domain was not affected at all. When the other party entered the 5-meter radius, his lightning-like speed seemed to have decreased significantly, allowing Chunzong to have a better grasp of the situation. However, the person's cultivation base was at the intermediate Second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he excelled in speed and explosive strength. The speed he unleashed in an instant was close to the Third Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. With such strength and a sneak attack, even a prodigy on the Netherworld ranking would find it difficult to dodge. Unfortunately, Chunzong was not an ordinary prodigy on the Netherworld ranking. He was a prodigy with a powerful trump card. With the help of his heart domain, Chunzong caught the other party's fatal attack and attacked with lightning speed. It was too fast. Even with his heart domain, Chunzong could not react in time to dodge it. Even his heart domain showed signs of collapsing. The triple dragon rhino armor on his body was only a high-grade half-saint artifact. It could withstand the attack of a high-grade half-saint artifact, but could not withstand the attack of a second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator with a second-grade saint artifact. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had already done his best to react. However, his reaction speed, which he was usually proud of, seemed to have failed at this moment. He could only rely on his superb perception to sense the sharp black light shooting in his heart domain as if it was going to penetrate his heart domain. Since Chunzong's cultivation base had broken through to the low-grade half-saint stage, the range of his heart domain had not increased, but its stability had increased a lot. Otherwise, his heart domain would not have been able to withstand such an attack and would have collapsed in an instant. Now it could barely hold on for a few breaths. A few breaths sounded short, but in fact it was enough to determine life and death. If the original body could not react in time, and his strength could not keep up, he could naturally use the strength of his doppelganger. Innate ferocious force field. In an instant, there seemed to be a buzzing sound in the air. An extremely terrifying ferocious chi rushed out like a volcanic eruption and swept over like a raging tsunami. It instantly made the black-robed man, who had launched an attack, pause for a moment. His dark and deep eyes revealed a touch of horror. The ferocious chi was boundless, and bones were floating up and down. It was as if those who had been killed by him in the past had turned into resentful souls and came to take revenge. Even though he was ruthless, he still felt frightened in an instant. The killing blow he had launched trembled slightly. The strength in his body was slightly disrupted. Oh no! In an instant, he immediately reacted. He was afraid that he had fallen into an illusion and had to concentrate part of his mind to resist the illusion brought about by the ferocious chi's invasion. He was unconsciously distracted, so he could not fully exert his strength and had lost 20% of it. Immediately, a figure appeared beside Chunzong, and the ferocious chi more than doubled in an instant. It was like a mountain torrent had erupted in an instant, causing the black-robed man's mind to tremble. The resentful souls became more and more terrifying, and the impact on the black-robed man's mind became more obvious. The black-robed man had to divert more of his attention to resist, causing his control of his strength to weaken further. 30%. With the appearance of Chunzong's Azura doppelganger, Chun Xiu, the heavenly fiend force field power became even more tyrannical, immediately causing the black-robed man's strength to drop by 30%. On the other hand, Chun Xiu's strength increased by 40% because of the heavenly fiend force field. If the black-robed man's cultivation was an ordinary first-layer saint realm, the weakening effect would be even more obvious. Of course, the degree of weakening was not only related to one's cultivation, but also the strength of one's mind and will. This black-robed man had killed many people and was extremely ruthless, but his mind was also very tenacious. Otherwise, the effects of the heavenly fiend force field would be even more obvious. Although the black-robed man's cultivation method was also a saint-grade cultivation method, it was only a mid-grade saint-grade cultivation method. On the other hand, Chun Xiu's cultivation method was a top-grade saint-grade cultivation method, so there was a huge gap between the two. Moreover, Chun Xiu had cultivated the Blazing Azura technique to the 11th level after a period of bitter cultivation. His holy fiend force was incomparably pure and powerful. The elite grade 3 saint artifact, the Frost Fiend Cold Sword, contained astonishing power. With the sword in his hand, a frigid aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Specks of frost spread out as if it wanted to freeze everything. With the Frost Fiend Cold Sword in hand, Chun Xiu's cultivation had reached the late First Heaven Saint realm. Once he made a move, he could even contend with an early First Heaven Saint realm cultivator. As the black-robed man's sword slashed out, a cold and bright sword light, suffused with a terrifying baleful aura and chilling intent, pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning. When the black-robed man's sword collided with the black-robed dagger, a terrifying force surged out, causing the dagger to be sent flying. Traces of chilling intent spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the dagger. The baleful aura was like a dragon. When the first move of the Blazing Azura sword technique was executed, the terrifying baleful aura transformed into a dragon's roar. It let out an extremely shocking roar and attacked the black-robed man's mind. The black-robed man's mind, which was already under the constant assault of the heavenly fiend force field, was shaken in an instant. It was as if a hole had been breached in a city wall, causing the black-robed man to instantly lose his guard. In a life-and-death crisis, such a loss of guard was extremely fatal. No matter how fast the black-robed man's reaction was, it was too late. The flood dragon that seemed to be condensed from frost and baleful aura was suffused with an extremely shocking tyranny and sharpness as it tore through the air. It flashed through the darkness where one couldn't even see one's own fingers, leaving behind an ancient trace. Kill. The frost fiend flood dragon disappeared, but the black-robed man stood in the same spot in a daze. He did not move at all, as if he had been immobilized. The darkness that had spread out for a few meters instantly retreated and disappeared without a trace. Only the black-robed man stood, directly exposed to the light of day. The moment the darkness disappeared, Chun Xiu also disappeared. He once again entered Chun Zong's sea of consciousness and continued to cultivate. As a clone, he had a complete and brilliant inheritance. He also had no cultivation bottlenecks. Naturally, he had to cultivate wholeheartedly. Not only did he have to cultivate the blazing Azura technique to raise his cultivation, he also had to cultivate the blazing Azurasaur technique to raise his strength. The illusory Net 9 transformation technique could not be left behind. In addition, the heavenly fiend force field also needed to be cultivated. It was extremely useful. The black-robed man, who stood motionless as if he had been immobilized, had his chest pierced, leaving behind a shocking sword hole. Frost spread out from the edges, completely freezing the blood. Killed in one strike. From the moment the black-robed man attacked Chunzong to the moment he was killed, the entire process was extremely short. It was only a breath's time, but victory and death had been decided. It was too fast. When experts fought, it was only a breath's time. A breath's difference was unpredictable. The battle was extremely short. Chunzong had also activated the defenses of the Xianming Institute. As a result, the aura fluctuations here did not spread and did not attract the attention of others. The black-robed man fell to the ground dead. Chunzong took a step forward and first checked the other party's background. The mark on the back of the other party's left hand made Chunzong's pupils shrink instantly. The black fiend mark. Chunzong was shocked, and his hair stood on end. The Black Fiend was the #1 dark force in the Xianming territory. It had existed for many years, and even the righteous forces could not do anything to it. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Could it be that he was targeted by the Black Fiend again? Immediately, Chunzong calmed down and thought carefully. Being targeted by the Black Fiend again was one possibility. There was another possibility, and that was revenge. Whose revenge? As his thoughts turned rapidly, Chunzong thought of Li Shilong and then of the Skywolf sect. The Skywolf sect did have a motive to take revenge on him. However, as a righteous force, the Skywolf sect should not collude with the Black Fiend, right? However, Chunzong was not a greenhorn. Many experiences had already honed Chunzong to maturity. In this world, there was light and darkness. There were gentlemen and villains. Some people looked like gentlemen on the surface, but were no different from villains in secret. Chapter 1349. In a vast void, the clouds flowed like water, and the sky was as blue as the sea. A huge figure flew across the sky like the wind and light. It was extremely fast. It was a huge gourd made of ancient green jade. It was nearly 10 meters long, and there was a figure sitting in front and behind it. Wine Master Chunzong. After being assassinated by the Black Fiend, Chunzong took the valuable items from the assassin's storage ring and reported it to the higher-ups, causing a great commotion. After all, it was a big deal to assassinate a prodigy on the Dark Nether list in the Dark Nether district. The Dark Nether City Governor's Mansion was mobilized to investigate the whole city. The guards in the Dark Nether district became even stricter. Even birds could not pass through, and there were even powerhouses in charge. The Black Fiend could not sneak in again. In the following time, Chunzong cultivated well. He took elixirs to refine and improve his chi cultivation and body refining cultivation. After he finished taking all the elixirs, he went to the ancient profound building to buy more and continue to cultivate. His chi cultivation and body refining cultivation gradually improved and approached the intermediate half-saint realm. Now it was time to meet Wine Master. He left the dark nether city with Wine Master. Wine Master was a powerful powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. The universal sun-moon pot was not only a secret treasure for brewing wine, but could also be used to fly at an amazing speed. Sitting on the universal sun-moon pot, Chunzong was leisurely. The gilded mountain sword was placed on his knees, and he held the wine gourd in his left hand. It was a gift from Wine Master. Originally, Chunzong thought that the 10-year-old universal sun-moon wine was only 1 or 2 caddies. He did not expect that the wine gourd, which did not look big from the outside, had a unique mystery inside. It was more than 100 caddies. 100 caddies of 10-year-old universal sun-moon wine was enough for Chunzong to drink for a long time. This wine was also quite beneficial to his cultivation. After drinking a mouthful, Chunzong refined it, causing his cultivation base to rise bit by bit. My name is Wine Master. My old opponent is Saber Master, Wine Master said to Chunzong as he took a sip of the wine. Saber Master. Chunzong repeated the name to remember it. Although he's not on the profound board, his strength is much stronger than an ordinary peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Wine Venerable continued. Wine Master's strength was very profound. Although he was not as powerful as Division Profound, he was still very powerful. After all, there were only 108 places on the profound board. Saber Master's ability must be extraordinary to be able to become Wine Master's old rival. Venerable Lord Saber has been practicing Saber all his life. He has amazing attainments in saber skills. He forged and sharpened his own saber. He can be called a saber maniac. Chunzong could not help but feel a sense of awe. Those who practice the sword might not necessarily forge their own swords. After all, forging swords was an industry and a profession. One needed to study it diligently. In addition, one also needed to practice cultivation techniques, sword techniques, and so on. It was difficult to allocate time and energy. Venerable Lord Saber had forged, sharpened, and practiced his saber by himself. Everything had gone through his hands, and he was incomparably focused. It was unknown what level of attainment he had reached in the saber path. Chunzong couldn't imagine it. As a disciple of Venerable Lord Saber, he will also inherit Venerable Lord Saber's set of techniques. Therefore, his attainment in saber techniques is definitely not low, and his strength is definitely not weak. Wine Master said seriously, I don't expect you to win this battle, but at least you can't lose in an ugly way. This was a battle between their old rivals. Chunzong was now pretending to be Wine Master's disciple. If he lost in an ugly way, Wine Master would also lose face. Senior, don't worry. I'll do my best, Chunzong said seriously. However, he did not guarantee that he would win. That was not confidence, but blind arrogance. Chunzong had no idea how strong Venerable Lord Saber's disciple was. Perhaps he was a nobody now, but who could be sure that he did not have great strength? For example, Chunzong himself was a nobody. However, he defeated Lin Hemming and Li Shilong and was now ranked 93rd on the dark list. Perhaps Venerable Lord Saber's disciple also had the strength to be ranked on the dark list. Perhaps his ranking would be higher than Chunzong's. If Chunzong said that he would definitely win, Wine Master would not believe him. On the contrary, he would think that Chunzong was being too frivolous. The wine gourd flew at an extremely fast speed. It had reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It carried Wine Master and Chunzong across the sky and away from Dark Underworld City. According to Wine Master, the Saber Hut where Venerable Lord Saber lived was among green mountains and clear waters. About a day later, the wine gourd flew into the mountains and passed through the forest. It slowed down and began to land. Below was a valley. The stream was clear and flowed endlessly, as if the sun and the moon had never stopped, and it flowed endlessly. There were pieces of cobblestones of different sizes in the stream that had been washed smooth by the water. They reflected dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. A slender and vigorous figure stood in the stream. His cold and resolute young face was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were long and narrow like sabers. They gave off a faint sense of sharpness. The young man's legs were slightly bent and separated to the same width as his shoulders. He allowed the stream to wash his bronze-colored and tough calves. His hands were stretched out in front of him as if he was holding an invisible long saber. However, there was nothing in it. Nevertheless, there was a trace of amazing sharpness in it. Silence. Silence. Only the sound of the stream flowing could be heard. Only the breeze lingered in their ears. Heaven and earth seemed to have frozen at this moment. Time and space seemed to have come to a standstill. Immediately, the young man's closed eyes opened abruptly. An extremely cold and sharp light burst out from his eyes. It was as if a divine saber had been unsheathed, tearing the void apart. Then, an extremely frightening sharpness spread out from his hands. It was as if a peerless divine saber had been awakened in an instant. It burst out with an astonishing sharpness and slashed down. Without a sound, the air was torn apart, and a fine white saber mark fell like a silk thread. It instantly split the water in the stream, and it spread for hundreds of meters before it stopped. The stream also stopped for an instant before it recovered and washed away the saber mark. The stream water did not change. However, if one looked closely, one could see that the cobblestones at the bottom of the stream had been split in half. The cut was extremely smooth. Immediately, the young man quickly raised his head. He was decisive and sharp. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the huge, ancient green jade gourd. In an instant, Chunzong's eyes met the young man's. He felt the astonishing sharpness in his opponent's eyes. It was as if a long saber had broken through the air and was about to split him in half. His eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of astonishing sharpness shot out like a sharp sword out of its scabbard. The moment their extremely sharp eyes met, invisible sparks were stirred up when they collided. Wine Master glanced at the young man and did not stop. Instead, he fixed his eyes on a thatched cottage in the distance. A strong aura swept out like a storm, as if it was going to destroy everything. Humph! Chunzong was shocked. He felt that the sudden cold snort was as sharp as a saber. It cut through the air and collided with Wine Master's aura, causing a violent storm. Crazy saber, I'm here as promised. Wine Master laughed. With a wave of his hand, the storm formed by the collision of the astonishing aura disappeared. Crazy saber, is this your disciple? As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp flash of light shot out and landed on Chunzong. Chunzong trembled all over and felt numb. It was as if he had been targeted by a heavenly saber. It was as if the terrifying sharpness would tear his body apart in the next moment, along with his soul. Chunzong stood still and did not even dare to breathe. The sharpness was too strong and astonishing. It was simply indescribable. Fortunately, the shocking sharpness was not hostile. Chunzong also saw the source clearly. It was a pair of eyes. It was an old man with long hair. His face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were extremely sharp like a newly sharpened saber that could cut and tear everything apart. Saber Master. Crazy Saber. An expert who made a living with sabers. You don't look good. Saber Master withdrew his gaze from Chunzong and looked at Wine Master again. He seemed to be chuckling. You can't tell whether he's good or not. There are many people who look good, but are useless. Wine Master's rebuttal was sharp. You'll know soon enough. Saber Master sneered. After a round of verbal confrontation, he said to the person standing in the stream in the distance, Woofing, come here. The young man leaped into the air like a big bird spreading its wings. He shook his arms and shot out like an arrow. He was extremely fast. It felt like he was tearing the sky apart. He landed beside Saber Master in an instant and stood respectfully. He's my disciple, Woofing. He has inherited my mantle. Saber Master introduced in a calm tone, but there was a kind of pride in his voice. Apparently, he was very satisfied with his disciple. This is my disciple, Chunzong. He's a genius in swordsmanship and a genius on the Netherworld list. Wine Master also introduced. When he heard that Chunzong was a genius on the Netherworld list, Wufeng suddenly straightened his back. His eyes shone with sharpness, as if the saber light had broken through the air and landed on Chunzong. "What's your rank on the Netherworld list?" Saber Master was a little surprised and asked immediately. 93. Wine Master said. "Oh, only 93. Saber Master did not seem to care. In fact, he was not looking down on Wufeng. He was deliberately attacking Wine Master. "I don't remember anyone named Wufeng among the 108 on the Netherworld list." Wine Master's rebuttal was still sharp. "There will be soon." Saber Master's words were full of confidence. "Wufeng, defeat him." After saying that, Saber Master quickly retreated and gave up the field. Wine Master nodded to Chunzong and retreated as well, leaving the field to Chunzong and Wufeng. This was a confrontation between the two younger generations. It was also an indirect confrontation between Wine Master and Saber Master. If a genius on the Netherworld list defeats me, I can also be listed on the Netherworld list. Wufeng spoke in a low voice with a hint of sharpness. "You may not be able to do it." Chunzong responded with a smile. Suddenly, an astonishingly sharp aura burst out from Wufeng's body. It was as if a treasured saber had been unsheathed. It tore through the air and rushed toward Chunzong. At the same time, a terrifying sharpness shot out from Chunzong's body, colliding with edgeless saber aura from dozens of meters away. A series of sharp sounds rang out, and sand and pebbles were sent flying. The formless chi force carved out many marks on the ground, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1350. There was no saber in his hand, but there was one. A saber slashed through the air. The shapeless saber energy was silent but swift. It slashed through the air as fast as lightning. On the way here, Chunzong had heard from Venerable Lord Wine that Venerable Lord Saber had once researched and created a mysterious and unique technique. It was not exactly a cultivation method, nor was it a martial art. It was similar to a secret technique and was called the phaseless saber technique. The so-called phaseless meant that it was shapeless, colorless, and formless. Without a saber in hand, one could slash out a frightening saber energy with terrifying power. Chunzong wanted to test out his opponent's phaseless blade art, so he did not draw his sword. Instead, he used his finger like a sword and pierced forward. The tyrannical power turned into sword chi and shot out, piercing through the sky. "Oh!" Venerable Lord Saber was slightly surprised. He loved sabers and had been practicing sabers all his life. He forged, sharpened, and practiced his own saber. He was obsessed with saber, but he also had amazing attainments. In fact, Venerable Lord Saber's talent was mediocre, but he possessed great strength. It was because of his amazing attainments in saber that even some of the experts on the profound ranking could not compare with him in terms of saber. Sabers and swords were different, but there were similarities. In the end, there were different routes leading to the same destination. Therefore, Venerable Lord Saber could see some clues from Chunzong's attack, even though it was only a sword energy that pierced through the air. Extraordinary swordsmanship. Perhaps he could be Wufeng's opponent. The shapeless saber energy and sword energy collided in midair, stirring up a frightening force. Chunzong could feel his sword energy being shattered in an instant, but the shapeless saber energy was still slashing toward him with incomparable sharpness. The saber energy of the phaseless saber skill was even more frightening when it was condensed with skill. Chunzong's sword energy, on the other hand, was released directly and lacked skill. Therefore, it was inferior to his opponent's saber energy despite having the same strength. This was also because Chunzong had never cultivated any martial arts or secret techniques related to sword energy. The gilded mountainous sword was unsheathed, and an astonishing power burst forth in an instant, shattering the blade chi. The sword light left a long mark on the ground as it shot toward Wufeng like a hot knife through butter. The astonishing sword pressure caused the ground behind Wufeng to split open. Wufeng's eyes grew sharper as he pushed the phaseless saber art to its limits. An extremely sharp saber chi tore through the air. With just one slash, the saber chi of the phaseless saber art was shattered. Edgeless was slightly shocked. The saber on his back leaped out, and an astonishing saber light soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. Chop! Holding the saber with both hands, he slashed it from top to bottom, as if he was chopping down a mountain. The saber and sword emitted an astonishing sharpness, and each strike seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart. Saber Master's eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light as he stared at Chunzong. Wufeng was his disciple, and he was very clear about his strength and ability. It was really unexpected that Wine Master's disciple could contend with his disciple, Wufeng, and his swordsmanship was so brilliant. After all, he chose Wufeng as his disciple because of Wufeng's amazing talent and saber principle. Wufeng was a heaven's chosen one who was born with a saber bone. Wufeng's comprehension of saber principle was also amazing. He was an excellent successor. Wufeng's extraordinary talent in saber principle and Saber Master's wholehearted teaching made Wufeng's strength so powerful that he was rarely matched among his peers. Saber Master had decided to let Wufeng challenge the Heaven's Chosen One on the Netherworld list after a period of time to get his name on the list. He felt that his disciple was not weak and could definitely defeat Wine Master's disciple. However, the current situation did not seem to be so. Wine Master's disciple's swordsmanship was so brilliant that he was not inferior to Wufeng, his disciple whom he had carefully taught. Wine Master was also surprised by Wufeng's strength. It seemed that Wufeng's cultivation was the same as that of Chunzong, a middle-level half-saint. However, in fact, Wufeng's cultivation was indeed at the middle-level half-saint, while Chunzong's real cultivation was at the lower-level half-saint. However, Saber Master and Wine Master did not know that, and neither did Wufeng. Wufeng's saber was extremely fast. He did not use any saint-level martial arts, but only the most common basic saber skills. However, every saber move contained amazing power and was as violent as thunder and lightning splitting the sky. Slash! Slash! Every saber move was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The power of every saber move was very concentrated, without any wastage. The saber had already disappeared in the air, leaving only the cold and bright saber light that slashed down continuously like violent thunderbolts. Facing Wufeng's saber, Chunzong looked dignified. When they were exploring the secret place, Chunzong had seen Zheng Tuo in action. With a saber in hand, Zheng Tuo was extremely violent and was known as the Mad Slash. However, Wufeng was not inferior to Zheng Tuo in any way. However, Wufeng's saber was different from Zheng Tuo's. Wufeng's saber was pure and sharp, vividly demonstrating the sharpness of a saber. It was the slash of a saber. Zheng Tuo's saber was just a tool to release his power. He chose to use a saber because he liked it and his martial arts were suitable. That was all. If one had to describe it, Zheng Tuo was a cultivator, while Wufeng was a saber cultivator. They were pure. Pureness also meant extreme. It was terrifying under certain circumstances, but limited under other circumstances. However, at this moment, Wufeng's strength was undoubtedly terrifying with his saber in hand. However, Chunzong was not inferior at all. Resist and counterattack. The 150,000-kilogram gilded mountain sword in Chunzong's hand burst forth with astonishing power. The moment the saber collided with the sword, Wufeng's expression changed drastically. He felt as if his saber was about to fly out of his hand. The strength of the saber was unimaginable, and the sharpness of the saber was extremely shocking. Wufeng's expression was dignified, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had been cultivating here all year round and rarely came into contact with outsiders. Although he did not lack battle experience, he rarely competed with geniuses of the same generation, especially a genius on the Hell list who had superb sword skills and powerful strength. His excitement and battle intent were bursting out, and his saber chi was unstoppable. His aura skyrocketed, and his saber skills suddenly changed. They were less violent, but sharper, and the speed of his saber increased by 30%. The saber was hidden in the void, and only wisps of saber light rose and spread out like smoke. Every wisp of smoke was a terrifying saber chi that could cut and tear everything apart. They drifted with the wind, causing Chunzong's expression to turn cold. His pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Wu Feng had already displayed a saint-class martial technique. Crazy Saber, this is your Misty Cloud illusory saber, right? Wine Master transmitted a message. That's right. Although it's only an inferior saint-class martial technique, Wu Feng has already cultivated it to the advanced realm of Misty Cloud. Saber Master was quite proud. Misty Cloud Illusory Saber was an inferior saint-class martial technique that Saber Master had obtained in his early years. He had already mastered it and improved it to make it more mysterious. It was no doubt amazing that an intermediate half-saint could cultivate it to the advanced realm, which was only one level away from the perfection realm. The smoke-like saber light flashed with colorful brilliance. It looked very dazzling and extremely dangerous. He could not see through it. Chunzong realized that he could not see through this saber skill. He could only vaguely capture a trace of saber shadow. Heart domain. Everything within a 5-meter radius was under his control. The smoke-like saber light floated into the heart domain and was immediately captured by Chunzong. Horizontal sword. The sword skill, known as the impenetrable chaotic element, was performed again. In an instant, all the saber lights were blocked by Chunzong's sword. Both Wu Feng and Saber Master were surprised. What sword skill is this? Saber Master narrowed his eyes and stared at Chunzong. My disciple's title on the dark list is Chaotic Element Sword. He has the impenetrable chaotic element sword skill. Wine Master smiled proudly. Impenetrable chaotic element. Saber Master was stunned at first, but then he smiled confidently. There is no unbreakable defense in this world. Let's wait and see. Wine Sage laughed coldly. There was no unbreakable defense in this world. Wine Master admitted that everything was relative. You could defend against one person's attack, but you could not defend against others' attacks. Some people were extremely good at defense, but they could not defend against everyone's attacks. For example, Chunzong could defend against many of his peers' attacks, but he could not defend against the attacks of Saint Realm Masters. As long as the attack was strong enough, all defenses could be broken. As long as the defense was strong enough, all attacks could be resisted. Wu Feng performed his Misty Cloud Illusory Saber to the extreme, attacking from all directions. Mist filled the surroundings, and the saber lights could not be seen, but they were extremely sharp. However, Chunzong could clearly see each saber move under the cover of his heart domain. Wu Feng's blade technique was indeed very powerful, and his strength was astonishing. However, his cultivation was only at the middle level of the half-saint realm. If he was at the high level of the half-saint realm, Chunzong might not be able to block him. Wu Feng's strength was much stronger than Li Shilong's. During this period of time, Chunzong's cultivation and strength had improved, allowing him to block Wu Feng's saber and attacks. He pushed the Misty Cloud Illusory Saber technique to its limits, almost surpassing his own limits. However, he was still unable to break through Chunzong's defense. Instead, he was completely blocked. Every time the vibrational force recoiled, Edgeless felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, all the smoke-like saber lights gathered together and turned into a dazzling saber light suspended in the air. Invincible Saber Force. With a low shout, his aura skyrocketed. The saber aura shocked the world and cut through everything. Chunzong's expression turned solemn, and his hair stood on end. The saber light had not yet been cut, but its aura was already so terrifying that it frightened him. Invincible Saber. The saber attack gathered all his strength, carried the condensed essence, chi, and spirit, and the unparalleled belief to cut through everything. It was to cut through all the obstacles in front of it. Chunzong suddenly had a feeling that this saber attack would break through his defense. I can't block it. I can't block it. I can't block it. Like a curse, a voice continuously sounded from the depths of his heart, constantly attacking Chun Zong's mind. It was like a demonic barrier that disintegrated Chun Zong's will. Chun Zong was shocked. He did not expect that his opponent's saber attack would contain such an aura and will attack. Could he really not block it? If he was sure, then his aura would weaken, and he would not be able to block this saber attack. However, Chun Zong's spiritual will was extremely firm, and it was difficult for external evil to invade. Even if the curse-like will kept attacking and interfering, it could not shake Chun Zong's will and mind. He could block it. Chapter 1351. The saber momentum was shocking, as if it could break the sky. It was frightening. What a powerful saber. Wine Master was secretly surprised. Although the saber strike was nothing to him, it was because his cultivation was much higher than Yu Wufeng's by many times. Wufeng's saber was terrifying for a half-saint. This saber move is the culmination of edgeless saber art, Saber Master said in a proud manner. Saber momentum of invincibility. It was a move that Wufeng created by chance. It was also a killing move. Although it was not perfect, it had begun to show its power. It was a terrifying saber move in a half-saint level. Its power was comparable to some lower saint saber techniques that had been cultivated to the perfection level. Wufeng looked solemn. His eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce the sky and tear everything apart. He used all his strength. Slash! The saber light was like a divine light at the beginning of the world. It was also like an ancient thunderbolt that tore the chaos apart. It slashed down with unparalleled determination. The world was dark. Only the saber light could be seen. It seemed to be the only thing in the world. It also attracted Chun Zong's mind. He was so immersed in it that he forgot to resist. Chun Zong activated his heart domain to the extreme. His mind was constantly consumed. He stared at the saber light. When the saber light slashed into his heart domain shook as if it could not bear it. Chun Zong also caught sight of the saber light. It seemed to be the only saber in the world. It touched Chun Zong greatly. This saber was unparalleled. I can block it. This was the belief that he had given himself. It was an unparalleled belief. He held his sword in front of him. As the sword vibrated, a strong power spread. Saber and sword. Heaven and earth. Thunderbolt and mountain. Block it. Chun Zong blocked Wufeng's killing move, the most powerful saber move. However, a terrifying power kept rushing out from Wufeng's saber. It seemed to tear everything apart. It went through the sword and went straight to Chun Zong's palm and arm, spreading to his whole body. Surge! Shatter! An extremely tyrannical power burst forth, instantly rebounding back. Chop! Chun Zong's counterattack was like a 1,000-man army splitting mountains and rivers. The terrifying sword chi and saber light tore through everything in the surroundings, shattering everything. It was as if a mountain had erupted, as if a mountain had collapsed. The power that erupted in an instant was incomparable. With a boom, Edgeless was sent flying, the shock wave shattering the space around him. The invincible saber momentum had consumed 70 to 80% of Wufeng's essence, chi, and spirit. His strength had been reduced in an instant, and he was caught off guard by Chun Zong's counterattack. Every step he took crushed countless stones into powder, and every step he took left deep footprints on the ground. After retreating and neutralizing the energy, Edgeless quickly adjusted himself and prepared to attack again. Stop! The voice of Venerable Lord Saber resounded. You have lost. There is no need to fight anymore. Edgeless' hand that was holding the saber tightened instantly, the veins on his arm bulging as if they were about to burst. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, as if he was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to continue fighting with Chun Zong. However, he had to listen to his master's words. The onlooker sees the game clearly. As experts, Venerable Lord Wine and Venerable Lord Saber had extraordinary eyesight. They could tell who was stronger from the battle between Chun Zong and Edgeless. In other words, Venerable Lord Saber knew how capable Edgeless was. From this, he could infer that he was indeed not as good as Chun Zong, or that he was indeed at a disadvantage in this battle. To Venerable Lord Saber, being at a disadvantage meant that he had lost. If his disciple wanted to win, he had to win beautifully. How is it, Lunatic Saber? You have lost. Admit defeat. Venerable Lord Wine teased, wanting Venerable Lord Saber to admit defeat personally. I admit defeat this time. However, my disciple will definitely defeat yours next time, Venerable Lord Saber said. It was not an angry remark, but a confident one. Let's wait and see. Venerable Lord Wine was very happy because he had won. Since he had won, Venerable Lord Wine had no intention to stay any longer. He called Chunzong to sit on the sun and moon pot and flew away quickly. Not long after, they turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Edgeless stared at the disappearing figure for a long time without saying a word. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. He did not admit defeat. Not convinced, Venerable Lord Saber's voice sounded. Edgeless did not speak, but he admitted it. The invincible Saber momentum is too extreme. If you can't kill your opponent, your essence, chi, and spirit will be greatly depleted and your strength will obviously decline. Venerable Lord Saber said, pointing out Edgeless' shortcomings in this battle. Compared to your opponent, your life and death experience is completely insufficient. Venerable Lord Saber did not say much. These two sentences were enough for Edgeless to reflect on himself, find out his shortcomings, and improve. Wu Feng stood where he was with his eyes closed, quietly pondering over Venerable Lord Saber's words. He was also recalling the battle with Chunzong just now. He was replaying every detail and carefully pondering over it. Time passed slowly. The sun set and the moon rose. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Edgeless' eyes suddenly opened. An extremely bright and sharp light flashed like a peerless saber light, leaving two long and straight traces in the air. Master, I want to go out and gain experience. Edgeless found Venerable Lord Wine and said directly, Go ahead. Venerable Lord Saber did not have any objection. He only replied with 2 words. Edgeless did not prepare anything. He took a storage ring and a long saber on his back and set off. In the Xianming courtyard number 93 of the Xianming district of Xianming City, Chunzong stood quietly in the courtyard. The sky was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. Chunzong was meditating and thinking. The battle with Edgeless did not end. In the end, it was concluded that he won. Chunzong also knew that Edgeless was not willing to admit defeat and wanted to continue the battle. However, if he continued to fight, Edgeless would definitely lose. This was a kind of confidence. However, Edgeless also had his strong points. Saber Force of Extinction. Chunzong quietly recalled that saber move. Since returning to the Xianming courtyard, he had been thinking about it. Edgeless saber move kept replaying in his mind. Essence, chi, and spirit were raised and then integrated into his unparalleled belief. It also carried a will that constantly attacked the opponent's mind like a curse, breaking down the opponent's defense and exerting his strength to the extreme. This was a killing move. Chunzong was thinking about himself and sorting out everything that he had cultivated. Relatively speaking, he was more balanced. He had both defense and attack. All aspects were more balanced. He did not have any shortcomings, but at the same time, there was nothing that was particularly powerful. As for the Azura doppelganger, of course, it was an advantage. However, Chunzong had already separated it from the original body, although he could borrow its strength. I need a killing move, Chunzong said to himself. Just like Edgeless Saber Force of Extinction, once he used it, it would consume a lot of his essence, chi, and spirit. If he could not successfully kill the enemy, he would fall into a depressed state for a short period of time, and his strength would be sharply reduced. However, it was undeniable that killing moves were sometimes very useful. They could turn the tables around. Chunzong decided to create his own killing move. Then, how should he create it? His mind was fully open, and inspiration surged. Countless rays of light burst forth and collided in his mind. Chunzong had learned a lot and had a wide range of knowledge. He also had the inherited memories of several experts. In terms of accumulation, he was very rich, far more than a genius like Yu Wufeng. This would provide convenience for Chen Zong to create his own killing move. At the same time, it would also bring about restrictions or shackles. This was the so-called knowledge barrier. The more one knew, the more one did not understand. Similarly, the more one knew, the greater one's ambition. For example, Chen Zong now, because of his rich accumulation, it was extremely easy for him to create his own killing move. However, it was also extremely difficult. It was extremely easy because Chen Zong could easily create his own killing move. However, it did not meet his requirements, or it was not satisfactory enough. It stayed at a superficial level. Of course, such a level might be an extremely profound level for others. However, a killing move that truly met his requirements was not so easy to create. Yu Wufeng must have put in a lot of effort, time, and energy to create the saber force of extinction. After calming down, Chen Zong was not in a hurry. Instead, he slowly comprehended and organized his thoughts. Sometimes, he needed to have a flash of inspiration. Sometimes, he needed to succeed naturally. The combination of the two was naturally the best. However, most of the time, it could only be found by chance. Let nature take its course. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong did not go out. He stayed in the Xianming Institute and cultivated quietly. Taiyuan cloud-scraping technique. Fiery mountain inferno technique. Illusory net 9 changes. Blood drop swordsmanship. 1,000 men extreme, slaying swordsmanship. 1,000 shadows, 1,000 illusions. Fiery mountain inferno hand also needed to be cultivated. Who knew when it would come in handy? For a time, Chen Zong needed to cultivate too many things. He felt like he could not do 2 things at once. However, he had to cultivate. He allocated his time and energy tightly. He still needed to spend some time to comprehend and create his own killing move. Chen Zong's qi cultivation and body refining cultivation were steadily improving. He was gradually approaching the limit of the low-level half-saint. If he continued to cultivate, there was hope for him to break through to the high-level half-saint in a short time. His other swordsmanship and body movements were also improving. Overall, Chen Zong's strength was stronger. He gradually had some ideas for his killing move. However, he still lacked a suitable opportunity. Therefore, it had not really taken shape yet. However, Chen Zong was not in a hurry. He understood the principle of more haste, less speed. Taiyuan cloud-scraping technique is at level 10. Although the fiery mountain inferno technique is complete, its level is a little low. As he cultivated, Chen Zong thought to himself. The fiery mountain inferno technique was only a low-level, saint-level body refining technique. Chen Zong naturally wanted a higher-level body refining technique. It would be best if it was an upper-level, saint-level body refining technique. If the qi cultivation and body refining techniques were at the same level, he might be able to combine the power of the qi cultivation and body refining techniques again. This would increase his strength greatly. I wonder when Gu Xian Lu will have news. Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. He had this idea before and had asked Gu Xian Lu to look for it for him. However, the upper-level saint-level body refining technique was very precious. It was usually only owned by the big forces. It was too difficult to get an upper-level saint-level body refining technique that did not belong to the big forces. At this time, Gu Xian Lu's people came and gave Chen Zong an invitation. Auction. Chen Zong looked at the invitation. Yes, this auction is led by Gu Xian Lu. Several other big forces will participate in it. Perhaps there will be treasures that you need. The person who sent the invitation smiled. Chapter 1352. Chen Zong didn't miss the auction hosted by Gu Xian Lu, but he didn't get anything either. Firstly, there was nothing he needed at the auction. Secondly, he didn't have enough wealth. Currently, Chen Zong needed high-level body refining techniques and martial arts, as well as treasures that could increase his cultivation level quickly without any side effects. Unfortunately, there was only one body refining technique at the auction, and it was a middle-grade saint level one. It didn't meet Chunzong's requirements. Moreover, even if it met Chunzong's requirements, Chunzong couldn't afford it. After all, Chunzong's wealth was only around 4,000 Earth Essence elixirs. The most common middle-grade saint-level technique would cost at least 5,000 Earth Essence pills. There were also treasures that could increase one's cultivation level. Chunzong also bid for them. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough wealth, so he failed in the end. It could be said that Chunzong didn't get anything from the auction. No, it should be said that he didn't get anything other than some knowledge. Chunzong wasn't disappointed. Although Tianyuan's sacred region had more resources than the 4 upper regions, one had to have the corresponding wealth or ability to obtain them. Is Chaos Sword Chunzong here? An indifferent voice came from outside the Xianming courtyard. Who is it? Chunzong asked as he opened the door. A young man in black with shoulder-length hair was standing outside the door. Half of his face was covered by black hair, revealing the other half of his face. You're Chunzong, the Chaos Sword? The young man in black held a long black sword and stared at him coldly. Come with me. Chunzong was a little surprised. What do you want? Chunzong replied directly. He wanted him to come with him for no reason. Was he that free? Young master wants you to go over, the cold man in black said. Then he added, Young Master Sima. I don't know him. Chunzong closed the door directly. Young Master Sima? However, Chunzong thought of the Sima family, one of the most powerful forces in the mysterious underworld territory. Maybe that young Master Sima was a disciple of the Sima family. But so what? For no reason at all, the other party had called him over, but he didn't say what it was about. Naturally, Chunzong wouldn't be bothered by it. Seeing Chunzong close the door, the cold black-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light, faintly carrying a hint of killing intent. The sword in his bosom trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying cold, killing intent shot out. It was as if the sword was about to be unsheathed and break through the defense of the Xianming Academy. However, the cold man in black did not make a move in the end, because he knew that even if he made a move, he would not be able to do anything to the defensive power of the Xianming Academy. Chunzong, it's your luck that young Master Sima summoned you. Don't make a mistake. The cold man in black suppressed his anger and murderous intent and shouted in a deep voice. His voice spread through the protective force like ripples and fell into Chunzong's ears. Young Master Sima. Chunzong did not reply. Instead, he muttered to himself. There were a few people from the Sima family on the underworld ranking. There seemed to be about 5 or 6 of them. Some were ranked higher than him, while others were ranked lower. The highest ranking among them seemed to have reached the top 10. That young Master Sima might be one of them. As for whether he was the one with the highest ranking, Chunzong was not sure. It was obvious that young Master Sima was not a name, but a form of address. Chunzong did not think too much about it. He filtered out the clamor outside and continued to cultivate. After the cold man in black threatened a few times, he could only leave hatefully. Failed? In the 9th Xianming Academy, a young man in a white robe sat at the head of the table and smiled lightly. This subordinate did not do his job well. Please punish me, young master. The cold man in black was no longer cold. Instead, he lowered his head and bowed in fear. Another man in black stood behind the young man in white. His attire was similar to the cold man in black. The only difference was that the hair covering their faces was different. One covered the left side of his face, while the other covered the right side. The half of his face that was exposed was 70% to 80% similar. A look of worry flashed across his face. If he did not do his job well, the consequences would not be small. It seems that this newcomer on the underworld ranking has quite a personality. The young man in white, young Master Sima, ignored the cold man in black's fear. Instead, he chuckled softly and said, I did not expect that such an interesting newcomer would appear after I was gone for a while. Big brother, this person probably thinks that he is a great genius just because he is on the underworld ranking. In fact, he is just a person with shallow knowledge. Sitting at the side, a girl in white also laughed. She was also one of the geniuses on the underworld ranking. Ruru is right. That Chunzong is a country bumpkin from some remote village, and he doesn't know of Big Brother's reputation at all. Otherwise, there would be no need for Big Brother to personally send someone to summon him, and he would have eagerly run over and kowtowed before Big Brother. The other young man smiled as well, and he had a wisp of a proud expression on his face. This person was also a direct descendant of the Sima family. He was also a genius on the underworld ranking. His ranking was above Chunzong's. Young Master Sima seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised. However, he did not lose his rationality and become arrogant because of this. I originally thought that he was a talent and worth nurturing. However, since he is so ambitious, there is no need to pay attention to him. Zhao Er, I will not punish you this time. Young Master Sima said indifferently to the cold man in black who bowed his head in fear. Thank you, young master. Zhao Er bowed repeatedly in gratitude. After a period of time, Sima Ro and Sima Li walked out of Xianming Courtyard number 9. Big Brother did not bicker with that country bumpkin because Big Brother is magnanimous. However, he actually dared to go against Big Brother's wishes. That is equivalent to slapping our faces. Sima Li's expression was cold as a fierce look flashed across his eyes. That's right. Big Brother did not make a move because he disdained to do so. Sima Ro's expression also turned cold as a sharp light shot out from her eyes. Let's go and meet this country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sima Li laughed coldly. Sima Li and Sima Ro turned around and immediately walked towards Xianming Courtyard number 93. Chunzong, who was in the middle of cultivating, was interrupted once again. He removed the protective energy and opened the door to take a look. He saw a young man and a young woman with extraordinary appearances standing outside. Their gazes were as sharp as swords as they pierced through the air. They stared at Chunzong's face as if they wanted to pierce through Chunzong. You are Primordial Sword Chunzong, who is known as the Primordial Sword of Primordial Chaos, Unbreakable Sword. The man asked. His gaze was somewhat scrutinizing, and his words were also somewhat interrogative. What's the matter? Chunzong frowned slightly. He was disturbed by his cultivation, especially with the other party's attitude. Naturally, you would not welcome them with a smile. My big brother summoned you, and you actually refused. How arrogant. Sima Li laughed coldly. An incomparably sharp light shot out from his eyes, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong and tear him apart. A terrifying spiritual pressure rushed over, bringing with it the intent to make Chunzong submit. However, Chunzong did not move at all, as if he did not feel anything at all. Sima family? Chunzong asked in return. You know that we are from the Sima family and still dare to act like this. I really don't know where this country bumpkin came from, Sima Ro said. Sima Ro spoke. Although her voice was pleasant to the ears, her words were sharp and unpleasant to the ears. They carried a sense of superiority. Get out here, Sima Li suddenly shouted, like thunder exploding in the void. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. Chunzong's voice was as cold as a sword. Okay. Sima Li and Sima Ro were both angered by Chunzong, especially Sima Ro. She was beautiful and had a good family background. Her strength was also extraordinary. She was a heaven's favorite on the Netherworld roll and had many admirers. This was the first time she had been reprimanded like this. Boom! Sima Ro attacked angrily. With a wave of her hand, it was like a dazzling butterfly flitting through flowers. A cold light spread out from her fingertips, like a blade tearing through the air and attacking. This move was full of changes and mysterious. It was extremely powerful and merciless. It directly displayed the shocking strength and strong foundation of the heaven's favorite on the Netherworld roll and the Sima family. Sima Li's attack was sudden and merciless. A cold light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. The gilded mountainous sword was instantly unsheathed, bringing with it an extremely terrifying sword. It was as if the power of a mountain had been compressed, and it cut through the air like thunder. Chunzong did not hold back in this sword either. As soon as Chunzong attacked, Sima Ro's expression changed slightly. The power of that sword was beyond her imagination. "How dare you?" Sima Li roared. He took a step forward and stabbed with his fingers like a sword. The golden light on his fingertips pierced through the void and pierced towards Chunzong like a dagger. It was going to penetrate Chunzong's body. Although Sima Ro was surprised, she did not hesitate in her attack. Her movements were extremely fast. The moment her hand collided with the sword light, countless forces were released. The force was constantly changing between light and soft, and it constantly weakened the power of Chunzong's sword. She continued to cut and hit like a butterfly circling around the sword. She pressed on towards Chunzong. Her fingertips were filled with an extremely sharp and cold light that tore through everything. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong was facing the attacks of two prodigies on the Netherworld ranking. Moreover, both of them were ranked higher than him, and even higher than Zhang Ta. In a one-on-one battle, Chunzong had to give it his all. Moreover, there were two of them attacking him. Instantly, Chunzong was in a predicament. Heart domain. After continuous comprehension and cultivation, Chunzong's heart domain had reached a range of 6 meters. Currently, the improvement of his heart domain was only an improvement in the range. The other improvements were very subtle. Chunzong did not know when there would be a qualitative change. His heart domain was still too profound for him at the moment. Under the heart domain, both of their attacks were clearly captured by Chunzong. They were very mysterious and much more powerful than Li Shilong. Even Wu Feng could not compare to them. This was talent and also the foundation of an aristocratic family. Fortunately, Chunzong's overall strength had improved significantly during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Even so, he could only barely withstand one attack from both of them. Immediately after, Chunzong retreated and opened up his defensive power. With a buzzing sound, an irresistible force appeared out of thin air and repelled Sima Ro and Sima Li's figures. After taking a deep look at the two of them, Chunzong closed the door and did not pay any more attention to them. Right now, his main body strength was still not enough to fight against the two of them. If he continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Secondly, this was the Xiaming district. Intense conflicts were not allowed. Chapter 1353. I had some matters to attend to, so I came back late. This country bumpkin really doesn't know what's good for him. Sima Li was furious, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He must die. Sima Ro's beautiful face was filled with a shocking malevolence and killing intent. It was the first time she had been humiliated like this as a genius. Yes, in Sima Ro's opinion, Chunzong's various responses were an insult to her. In the end, they were even warned by the experts guarding the Xiaming district. If they were not disciples of the Sima family and the genius of the Netherworld list, they would definitely be severely punished. Therefore, whether it was Sima Li or Sima Ro, both of them harbored great hatred for Chunzong. This hatred could not be washed away even by the torrential river. Those disciples of aristocratic families were born in conditions and environments that were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times better than ordinary people. The environment that they grew up in was also very good, and not something that ordinary people could compare to. Naturally, they would develop some habits or personalities. Some disciples of aristocratic families would become modest and courteous on the surface, and some disciples of aristocratic families would be modest and courteous on the surface, but their hearts would be the opposite, and they would look down on others. There were also disciples of aristocratic families who were very direct. They would think that they were better than others, and they would look down on ordinary or lowly people. If they were offended, they would be furious. Even if it was a small matter, they would be filled with killing intent, and they would only stop after killing the other party. They would even cruelly exterminate the other party. In terms of ruthlessness, some disciples of aristocratic families were even better than dark forces like the Black Demons. Chunzong quickly threw the matter of the two disciples of the Sima family to the back of his mind. So what if they were thinking about it? It would not help. In the end, it was still about strength. Only when one was strong enough could one avoid unnecessary trouble. For example, The corpse Taoist was ranked 8th on the profound list. He was a lone wolf, and no one dared to provoke him. Even a great force like the Xianming Palace was not willing to provoke him, because the corpse Taoist was very strong. Weakness was the original sin. No matter the reason, no matter right or wrong, the weak would be suppressed, killed, and defined as wrong. Strength was everything. Although there were many other reasons, strength and weakness was the main theme, and it was the foundation. If his cultivation had broken through to the middle level of the half-saint, then the two people just now might not have been his match. Cultivate. Cultivate diligently. After calming himself down, Chunzong took a sip of the 10-year universal sun and moon wine. He started to refine the energy within and absorb it to improve his cultivation. First, he had to raise his qi refinement cultivation. After all, he was basically using his qi refinement strength against his enemies now. Chunzong usually stayed in the Xianming courtyard and did not leave. In addition to the assassination attempt by the Black Fiend, the security of the Xianming district was very strict. It was extremely difficult for the Black Fiend to sneak in. The price was too high, so they could only give up for now. Although Sima Li and Sima Ro from the Sima family hated Chunzong to the core, they did not have any good ideas to deal with Chunzong. After all, violence was not allowed in the Xianming district, and the geniuses on the Netherworld role were no exception. As for challenging Chunzong, their ranking on the Hell Board was higher than Chunzong's. If they took the initiative to challenge Chunzong, they would be lowering their own status. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the number 93 Xianming courtyard, an aura suddenly erupted and shot up into the sky like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. It was sharp and forceful, majestic and vast, deep and domineering. The half-saint power cultivated from the 10th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was very powerful. Immediately, Chunzong's cultivation broke through the shackles and rose from the lower half-saint level to the middle half-saint level. The breakthrough not only doubled the amount of Chunzong's half-saint power, but also doubled its purity and power. The powerful energy fluctuation spread out and filled his entire body. Chunzong showed a touch of joy. Although he had just broken through, Chunzong could feel that his strength was much stronger than before. If he stabilized for a while and cultivated for a while, it would not be a fantasy for his strength to double. With a breakthrough in cultivation, the potential of his soul was further released in an instant. All kinds of martial arts mysteries emerged one after another. Chunzong sat cross-legged quietly and motionlessly. His powerful aura gradually withdrew, and he seemed to have turned into a piece of wood. Countless spiritual lights emerged in his mind, as if countless figures were flickering endlessly, and as if countless sword radiances were tearing through the sky. Every silhouette and every sword light was incomparably mysterious. This meditation lasted for half a month. Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, opened. A trace of indescribable mysterious fluctuation spread out from the bottom of his eyes. The aura exhaled from his mouth, turned into a wisp of sword chi that pierced through the air, tearing through everything as if it was indestructible. His chi cultivation had broken through to the middle half-saint level. His 1,000-men extreme, slaying, sword technique and blood-dripping sword technique had also broken through. His 1,000 shadows illusory body technique and illusory 9 changes body technique had also broken through. He stood up, jumped up, and drew his sword to strike. Chunzong practiced swordsmanship. This practice lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. Next, it's time to stretch my muscles and bones. Chunzong put the gilded mountain sword back into its sheath, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. What? Chaotic universe, sword, Chunzong challenged Eternal Heaven, Lord Simali. This news swept out like a storm, and once again caused an uproar in Xianming City. Nan Wukong, Zheng Tuo, and the others were all shocked when they heard the news. Eternal Heaven, Lord Simali, was a direct descendant of the Sima family. His cultivation was at the high half-saint level, and he was very powerful. He was ranked 76th on the underworld list. Chenzong was ranked 93rd. The battle between Chenzong and Li Shilong had indeed proved Chenzong's strength. He was qualified to threaten Nan Wukong and Zheng Tuo, but only qualified. As Zheng Tuo said, Chenzong would surpass him sooner or later, but Zheng Tuo didn't think that Chenzong could do it in just a few months. It would take at least a few years. In just 2 or 3 months, Chenzong actually took the initiative to challenge Somali. Could it be that his strength had greatly improved in the past few months? Well, since you're asking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Somali sneered when he heard the news. This time, you have to seize the opportunity to destroy him. Sima Ro's beautiful face flashed with a touch of ferocity. During this period, they had been thinking about how to deal with Chenzong. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to challenge them. This was the perfect opportunity. Don't worry, Ro. Somali clenched his hands, as if he was going to crush Chenzong. The 93rd on the underworld list challenges the 76th. In the 9th Xianming courtyard, a robust young man dressed in black armor revealed an interested smile. He hadn't been to Xianming City for a long time, and he didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing this time. Maybe he could go and have a look. The news caused a storm, and Wine Master naturally knew about it. This guy, Wine Master, shook his head, but he wasn't worried. He had only met Chenzong a few times, and he knew that Chenzong wasn't a reckless person. Since he dared to take the initiative to challenge him, it meant that he was confident. However, when the time came, Wine Master would have to step in. After all, his opponent was from the Sima family. What if he wanted to use his power to oppress others? No matter what the discussion was, Chenzong didn't affect him, and he continued to meditate and improve. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the battle arena, Chenzong had arrived. He stood on the battle arena with his eyes closed, and he was calm as he meditated and waited. Many people had gathered around the battle arena, but the challenger, Eternal Heaven Lord Somali, still hadn't arrived. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Somali still hadn't appeared. Chenzong stood on the battle arena and waited for 2 hours under everyone's gaze. He didn't feel impatient, but calm. This was temperament and cultivation. For hours had passed, and the people who were waiting were getting impatient. However, Chenzong's expression didn't change at all. Somali is so arrogant. Of course, he's from a Sima family. He's doing it on purpose. He's using this method to delay time and make Chenzong impatient. Another hour passed before Sima Li finally arrived late. He walked leisurely, and his face was filled with pride. There was a sharp look in his eyes as he stared at Chenzong on the battle arena. At the same time, Chenzong's eyes opened, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. It was as if sword chi was shooting towards Sima Li. Somali snorted coldly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a ray of light as he flew past and landed on the battle arena. I was just thinking about how to deal with you, and you came to me yourself. Just nice. Somali's voice resounded in all directions, and he was extremely arrogant. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, as punishment, I will cripple your cultivation. I'll let you know that a country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Go back to where you came from. You don't have the ability. Chenzong's answer was direct and simple, and as sharp as a sword. You'll know very soon whether I have the ability or not. Somali seemed to have been doubted. He was so angry that he laughed coldly. He stared at Chenzong with his sharp eyes, as if he wanted to tear Chenzong's body into pieces. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying cold light shot out from his fingertips, piercing through the sky. It was like an aurora, and it carried an astonishing power and killing intent towards Chenzong. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed, and with a loud bang, it slashed out as if it could shatter the sky. It seemed that Chenzong's cultivation was still in the middle level of the half-saint realm, but this time, it was the real deal. He was not pretending, and there was no need for him to pretend. The black and gold sword light was powerful and overbearing, and it was extremely violent. It shattered the finger light with one strike, and a terrifying sword storm was formed. It was like a thunderclap, and Simali was slightly surprised. He seemed to be much stronger than he was a month ago. However, Simali was not worried at all. He was extremely confident in his own strength. The vambrace covered his forearms and palms, and the 5 fingers were extremely sharp. They were shining with a ray of golden light, which was extremely dazzling. This was an extraordinary high-level half-saint realm armor, and its power was even stronger than that of an ordinary high-level half-saint realm armor. He flicked his 10 fingers, and streaks of terrifying chi shot out from the void. After shattering the sword light, they all shot towards Chunzong. Chunzong held his sword in front of him, blocking every terrifying chi that shot towards him. He took a step forward, and his body transformed into many illusions. 100 shadows and 100 illusions. Chapter 1354. On the battle stage, there were more than 100 figures that kept changing. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The audience was dazzled. Young Master Sima in white and the young man in black gold armor squinted their eyes. They saw through the illusion and locked onto Chunzong's real body. Their rankings were very high and they were powerful. Chunzong could not compare to them, but most people could not see where the real body was. Sima Li frowned. He realized that he could not see where the real body was at that moment. Then, his pupils shrank and rotated. It was as if starlight was blooming and became extremely sharp. It was as if he could see through all the illusions. He looked to his side and pointed his finger. His finger was as sharp as a blade, tearing through everything. Chunzong felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if he had been cut open. His movement technique had been seen through. His opponent's eyes were a little strange. It was as if he had used some kind of eye technique to see through his movement technique. After all, the 100 Shadows, 100 Illusions was a movement technique that could confuse others. It was not as profound as the illusory Luo 9 changes. The giant sword struck horizontally with unparalleled power. Sword chi swept out and collided in an instant. The terrifying aura was extremely sharp, tearing through everything around it. Chunzong only felt an extremely shocking power penetrating through everything. It went through the sword to kill him. It was as if his body was going to be torn apart. Sima Li also felt an extremely terrifying power bombarding him. It was as violent as thunder. His body shook and split into 2. Although there were fewer of them than before, they were more solid, as if they were real. Illusory Luo 9 changes. With this breakthrough, Chunzong's 1,000 Shadows, 1,000 Illusions movement technique had not only improved, but also the illusory Luo 9 changes. Sima Li realized that his eye technique could not see through the real body. It was as if they were real. Long sky, blood rainbow. With a low shout, Sima Li's finger drew a line. A golden light flashed at the edge of the light. It was as if a blood blade was flying across the sky to kill the 2 figures. The 3rd figure flashed and attacked Sima Li. Isn't Chunzong the best defensive sword technique? His sword technique is known as the unbreakable origin. Why didn't he use it? Some people didn't understand what was going on and were extremely puzzled. However, no one knew that the so-called impenetrable sword art of the origin and the saying that he was best at defense were all made up by others. Chunzong himself had never admitted it. Sima Li was a monarch-grade genius, and he cultivated the Sima family's famous long sky finger technique, which was why he was called the Long Sky Monarch. The long sky finger technique was exquisite and sharp, and it contained an astonishing penetrative power, as if it was indestructible. Streaks of finger force left marks in the air, densely intersecting with each other, as if they were woven into a large net, shrouding down from the sky. The net was extremely sharp, cutting through everything. Chunzong seemed to be a fish caught in a net and fell from the sky. The sword rose, radiance blossoming, tearing apart the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of extremely sharp sword lights tore through the sky. 100 blade beheading. The 100 sword lights were extremely sharp as they shot towards the 100 nodes of the giant net formed by the finger force, which happened to be the weakest points. The giant net was broken. The crimson light swept out like a bolt of lightning, bursting forth with astonishing speed. Blood-dripping sword art, sword bloodstorm. When Chunzong's cultivation broke through to the middle level of the sage to be, the power of his sword art increased, and his understanding of the blood-dripping sword art became deeper and more profound. When the sword struck out, the crimson light was like a thunderbolt, illuminating Sima Li's eyes, causing Sima Li to be horrified. As his pupils contracted, the starlight that shot out became even sharper, as if it could see through all the illusions and illusions in the world. The golden light on his finger was resplendent, illuminating all directions, as if it was a peerless sword light that was shockingly sharp. The finger carried an abundant and irresistible force as it streaked across the void, leaving behind a shocking finger mark, as if it was heavily scratching the soil and did not dissipate for a long time. The sword chi and finger force collided, and the sword edge and fingertip collided, bursting forth with astonishing power, incomparably sharp, tearing apart all directions. Immediately, the crimson light exploded, bursting forth with incomparably astonishing power, as if a 1,000-year-old volcano had erupted in an instant. It was extremely ferocious, and it could destroy mountains and destroy peaks, as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. One sword burst blood. This was the second move of the dripping blood sword technique. What was different from the one sword burst blood, which focused on speed, was that the one sword burst blood not only had astonishing speed, but also contained an extremely terrifying power. When it burst forth in an instant, it could destroy everything. This sword was much more tyrannical than the one sword burst blood. Naturally, it was also more mysterious and difficult to cultivate. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation had broken through, Chunzong would have had to spend a lot of time and effort to cultivate it. Sima Li's expression changed greatly, and he used all his strength to explode. Star shatter. Like the roar of a trapped beast, all of his strength was compressed, condensed, and spun out explosively. With a single finger, a ray of resplendent starlight blossomed, emitting an extremely dazzling light, illuminating all directions, but it instantly shattered. In the instant that the ray of resplendent starlight shattered, an extremely terrifying power gushed out, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This was the power of the one-finger shatter star, and it was the Sima family's 7th-rank offensive secret technique. Sima Li had cultivated it for many years, and it had already reached the Great Accomplishment stage. The Great Accomplishment 7th-rank offensive secret technique released an extremely tyrannical power in an instant, directly shattering the one sword burst blood, and like a hot knife through butter, it shot towards Chunzong. This was the finger that Sima Li had condensed all of his strength, and its power was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Crystal Battle Body. This was also a 7th-rank secret technique, but it was not an offensive secret technique, but a supportive secret technique. Once it was used, it would increase one's strength. Obtained from the Great Abyss King's memories, Chunzong had also cultivated it to the Great Accomplishment stage, and his strength had increased significantly. One sword burst blood. Under the amplification of the Heavenly Crystal Battle Body, Chunzong once again attacked with his sword, and a bloody light burst out. Its power was extremely terrifying, shattering everything. The tyrannical star shatter finger paused, and then shattered. The sword's power was extremely terrifying, and it shot out. Sima Li was unable to resist for a moment, and could only quickly retreat, but he was still one step too slow. With a boom, the bloody sword light was filled with astonishing power, and it bombarded Sima Li's body. The tyrannical power exploded, and Sima Li was directly sent flying, as if he was swallowed by the bloody light, and fell onto the battle stage. The bloody light dissipated, and Sima Li continuously retreated, but he was not injured. On the surface of his body, a layer of flickering starlight appeared, firmly protecting him. It was the life-saving treasure that the Sima family had given him. A life-saving treasure was naturally very precious, and he did not expect that it would be used here. This made Sima Li who was originally very angry, extremely furious. Falling onto the battle stage, Sima Li was defeated. If not for the life-saving treasure protecting him, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. So he lost. You deserve to die. Sima Li stared at Chunzong, the hatred in his eyes surging like a torrent, as if he wanted to completely tear Chunzong apart. Sima Ro's face was also unkind, and her face was filled with hatred and killing intent as she stared at Chunzong. The white-robed Sima Li was slightly startled, as he did not expect that Sima Li would be defeated. For a moment, he was unable to react, but soon after, he revealed a smile as if everything was under his control. He has some ability, the young man in the black gilded battle armor muttered to himself. He won. This Chunzong is really powerful. His strength has increased too quickly, and it feels like he was hiding his strength before, and only now has he revealed it. For a moment, everyone was discussing, and they were extremely excited. Chunzong's identity was a rogue cultivator, and Sima Li was a direct descendant of the Sima family. The Sima family was one of the few major powers in the mysterious underworld region. Thus, Sima Li was one of the representatives of the Sima family. Now that Sima Li had been defeated by Chunzong, it was equivalent to the rogue cultivator's side attacking the Sima family's side. Naturally, many people were happy and excited. Powerful. Zheng Tuo could not help but sigh bitterly. Unknowingly, Chunzong had surpassed him and fulfilled what he had said that day. Moreover, he had done it in a very short time. Nan Wukong wanted to snort disdainfully, but he could not. There was no other way, as Chunzong's strength had surpassed his. The mysterious sky sword, Lin Yi, who had been wanting to compete with Chunzong, looked a little pale and could not let go. Good lad. Wine Master nodded happily. He found that Chunzong's strength had increased again, compared to the previous battle with Saber Master's disciple, Wu Feng. After defeating Sima Li, Chunzong replaced Sima Li's position on the underworld board and was ranked 76th. As for Sima Li's defeat by Chunzong, his ranking was switched with Chunzong's, and he was now ranked 93rd. Of course, Sima Li's strength was definitely higher than 93rd, and he could challenge for a higher ranking. But that was a matter for the future. Now, Sima Li only felt humiliated. The discussions and laughter around him seemed to be directed at him, which made him so angry that he almost went crazy. Your strength is not bad, and you have talent. When your cultivation breaks through to the high level of the half-saint realm, you may have a chance to be ranked in the top 50 of the underworld board. A seemingly gentle but actually arrogant voice sounded, suppressing all the voices. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was a young man in a white robe, and his expression was as smooth as jade. I'll give you a chance. If you become my subordinate, I'll give you an opportunity, which will help you advance further. That's young Master Sima. Yes, it's young Master Sima Huanyu of the Sima family. Young Master Sima actually likes Chunzong and wants to take him as a servant. Suddenly, everyone stared at Chunzong nervously. Would Chunzong accept young Master Sima's invitation? Young Master Sima was the young master of the Sima family, the most outstanding genius, and also the young master of the Sima family. He was a peerless genius ranked 9th on the underworld board, and his strength was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. Simply put, the top 10 geniuses of the underworld board could be called peerless geniuses, and those below the top 10 were called geniuses. The difference of two words meant a huge gap. The discussion around him also let Chunzong know the identity of the so-called young Master Sima. His heart sank slightly, but Chunzong did not feel afraid. In the future, my achievements will only be above yours, so I don't need your opportunity. Chunzong said neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was neither high nor low, neither servile nor overbearing, revealing an indescribable peerless strength of character. But as soon as he said this, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone thought that they were hallucinating. Even Chunzong's supporters thought that Chunzong had gone crazy. He had become so arrogant after just defeating Sima Li. Chapter 1355. How dare you? Arrogant, ignorant, big brother is willing to recruit you. That's a great opportunity for you. How dare you refuse and boast shamelessly? Sima Ro was like an enraged tigress. She was extremely ferocious and wanted to rush up and tear Qinzong apart. Sima Li glared at Qinzong, his murderous intent soared. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce through Qinzong. But no matter how angry he was at Qinzong's expression did not change at all. He completely ignored him. Young Master Sima Huanyu, 9th on the Netherworld list. So what? Qinzong had great ambitions. How could he be willing to be inferior to others and become a vassal? You're brave. The young man in black gilt armor secretly said with some appreciation in his eyes. If he was overjoyed and kowtowed to Sima Huanyu as soon as he was recruited, he would be a waste. It would be an insult to the Netherworld list. Qinzong's refusal made Sima Huanyu's eyes flash with a cold light. The cold light was extremely cold and sharp, as if it could tear the world apart and traverse through time. Qinzong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was like the feeling when he was very weak and was targeted by a fierce tiger in the forest. It was incomparably strong. Sima Huanyu wanted to kill him. Qinzong was very sure of this. However, Sima Huanyu would not make a move on such an occasion because of his identity and so on. But if it were other places, it would be different. In any case, Sima Huanyu's current strength was much stronger than his. Unless he used the Azura doppelganger, he would not be a match for him with his own strength. However, Qinzong was not afraid. If Sima Huanyu really wanted to kill him, he would have to use the Azura doppelganger's power in a life-and-death crisis. It was not impossible for the doppelganger to make a move directly. Everything was based on the premise that he was alive. It was undeniable that this battle made Qinzong completely famous. He had defeated the Sima family's direct prodigy, Sima Li, and rejected the first young Master Sima, who was ranked 9th on the Netherworld ranking, in front of countless people. Was there anything more shocking than this? Well done, as expected of the representative of us loose cultivators. The rogue cultivators were all excited. Unknowingly, Qinzong had been regarded as the representative of the younger generation of rogue cultivators, sharing honor and disgrace with them. What an idiot to actually reject young Master Sima's invitation. Indeed, his confidence must have swelled, and he believed himself to be infallible. He actually took a step on the path to heaven. To many people, following a heaven's favorite like young Master Sima was the same as stepping onto a path to heaven. As a result, those who already disliked Qinzong began to mock Qinzong even more, while those who already admired Qinzong began to admire him even more. Who would have such courage? Even if they wanted to refuse, they would refuse tactfully for fear of offending Sima Huanyu, instead of directly refusing with lofty words like Qinzong. This was the aura. It was also the belief. Qinzong did not feel that he was arrogant, because what he said was not false, but a goal that he had the confidence to achieve. Since his heart was like this, there was no need to hide it. Even though Qinzong had offended Sima Huanyu and became the focus of everyone's discussion in Xianming City, Qinzong had a feeling that he had been enlightened from inside out. His heart was at ease, like a stream of water that broke through the mud, gurgling endlessly. After defeating Sima Li, Qinzong moved into number 76 Xianming Courtyard. This Xianming Courtyard was bigger, and the qi of heaven and earth was richer and purer, which was more beneficial for cultivation. Zheng Ta brought Nan Wukong to visit, and Qinzong naturally welcomed them warmly. Although I was a little unhappy with you before, now I can only say that I admire you. Nan Wukong stared at Qinzong and said seriously. It was not sarcasm, but a kind of words and admiration from the bottom of his heart. If he was personally invited by Sima Huanyu, would he accept or refuse? Nan Wukong himself was not sure. Even if he wanted to refuse, he would not be as bold as Qinzong. In the eyes of most people, Qinzong was arrogant and ignorant, but a few people could see that Qinzong's confidence came from the bottom of his heart and soul. I have long admired you, Zheng Tuo said with a smile. Then you came here to express your admiration. Are you not afraid of being remembered by young Master Sima? Chunzong asked with a smile. Chunzong's rhetorical question made Zheng Tuo and Nan Wu Kong slightly startled. When they came, the two of them didn't consider so much. Now that they said it, it was indeed possible that they would indirectly offend young Master Sima and be remembered. Humph, although my strength is not as good as young Master Sima, but if he wants to deal with me, I will tear off a piece of his flesh. Nan Wu Kong snorted coldly, and his words were sharp, revealing an indescribable decisiveness and ruthlessness. The name Mad John is not made up, Zheng Tuo said with a smile. Although he was not as good as Sima Huanyu, he was not afraid. Every genius who could be listed on the Netherworld list had a strong will. If they were afraid of this and that, how could they talk about cultivation? It was better to disperse their cultivation and become an ordinary person, marry a wife, have children, farm, and hunt. They were not afraid, and Chunzong naturally would not refuse them. Instead, he took out the 10-year-old sun and moon wine to entertain them. The two shouted and were immediately shocked. Chunzong just smiled and did not explain. In their eyes, this was even more unfathomable. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wu Kong did not stay long after their visit. After Chunzong sent them out of the Xianming courtyard, he activated the protective power of the Xianming courtyard again. After closing the courtyard door, he continued to cultivate. His qi cultivation had just broken through to the middle level of the half-saint realm, and his body cultivation was only at the limit of the lower level of the half-saint realm. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, several qi cultivation martial arts could be further improved. Time. Chunzong felt that time was very important. He wished he could use one day as 2 or 3 days. From the beginning, his growth environment was not as good as many of his peers. Especially after coming to the Tianyuan sacred territory, the gap was even more obvious. The geniuses of the Tianyuan sacred territory not only had a better growth environment than him, but also a better cultivation environment. The inheritance and guidance of experts were all better than him. Naturally, they would be very strong. Most of the time, he relied on his own ability to cultivate step by step until now. Now that he had come to the Tianyuan sacred territory, he also had to rely on his own ability to cultivate, strive, and improve. If he was lazy, he would fall behind others. He did have some talent and was improving, but others were not bad and were also improving. Cultivation was a competition with oneself, with others, and even with the world. 3 days later, a big event happened. In the number 73 Xianming courtyard, Chunzong looked at the dark token in his hand and stared at the words on it. Xianming token. The irregular triangular black token was about half the size of a palm. It was made of an unknown material that was cold to the touch and very heavy. It had been sent by a Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse not long ago. The Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse claimed to be from the Xianming Palace. Any prodigy on the dark list was qualified to receive a Xianming token like this. According to the Xianming Palace powerhouse who sent the Xianming token, the Xianming token was related to the Xianming Small World. The Xianming Small World was a small world controlled by the Xianming Palace. It was a small world filled with opportunities. For any cultivator below the Saint Rudiment Stage, the opportunities in the Xianming Small World were enough to allow them to improve significantly and even be reborn. The Xianming Small World of the Xianming Palace had always been closed to the public. Only the outstanding disciples of the Xianming Palace were qualified to enter. This time, for some reason, the Xianming token was given to the prodigies on the dark list. Naturally, a few of the prodigies on the dark list were disciples of the Xianming Palace. They were originally qualified to enter the Xianming Small World. At the same time, a rule was spread. Before the Xianming Small World opened, any cultivator below the Saint Rudiment Stage had a chance to obtain a Xianming token and enter the Xianming Small World. That was a challenge. As long as one defeated any prodigy on the dark list, one would be able to obtain a Xianming token from them. There is even a rumor that when the Xianming Small World opened, it would only recognize the token but not the person. In other words, the prodigies on the dark list would obtain the Xianming token at the beginning. However, when a Xianming small world opened, one would be qualified to enter as long as one had the Xianming token. It seemed simple, but the mystery behind it was worth investigating. In other words, it was not only limited to defeating the prodigies on the dark list and obtaining the Xianming token. One could also obtain the Xianming token through other methods such as theft, threats, and even more despicable means. One would not ask about the process, but only the results. The Xianming Palace did not admit or deny this rumor. They maintained their silence, causing people to speculate. Some of it seemed true, but some of it seemed false. People would always be tempted by benefits. They would even take risks out of desperation and do things that violated the rules. The Xianming small world's importance and attraction were beyond imagination. As far as I know, the Xianming small world is one of the most important places in the Xianming Palace. It only opens once every 100 years. There are many rare opportunities inside. We must not miss them. That's right. That's why we have to obtain at least one Xianming token and let our most outstanding disciples in. The forces that did not have any prodigies on the dark list held an emergency meeting to discuss how they could best obtain the Xianming token from the prodigies on the dark list. These are the disciples of the Xianming Palace. Don't provoke them. These are the disciples of the four major forces. Don't provoke them either. Then, the remaining people we can make a move on first are these people. As they spoke, they outlined the list of names. There were 108 prodigies on the dark list. Among them, more than 30 were from the 5 major forces in the Xianming territory. Most of them were from the powerful forces in the 32 prefectures. A small number of them were from small forces or were rogue cultivators. The 5 major forces in the Xianming territory were the most powerful. They were not to be trifled with. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the Xianming token, they had to target the prodigies on the dark list who were not from the 5 major forces. The best targets were the rogue cultivators. Next were the prodigies on the dark list from the small forces. Next were the prodigies on the dark list from the major forces. As for the 5 major forces, which were considered super forces, they were directly excluded. The Xianming small world was extremely important and attractive. Naturally, people would be tempted. Chapter 1356. Mysterious Nether Courtyard Number 73. 100 Heaven Origin Pills. A middle-aged man in a short brown robe said directly, "Give me the mysterious Nether token, and our patriarch promises that you'll receive a favor from our family. If you need it in the future, you can ask our family to help you with one thing. Get out." Chunzong's response was very direct. "Chunzong, although you're a prodigy on the Nether list and have great potential, you're only a half-saint now. Don't be too arrogant," the middle-aged man said angrily. How could he not be angry when a dignified Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse personally paid him a visit and even offered him generous conditions? Scram! Chunzong was even more rude. "You?" The Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was about to explode from anger. "Or do you want to fight here?" Chunzong stared at the man indifferently, without any fear. He was only a mere 3rd Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Not to mention they were in the mysterious Nether Zone, where the other party would not dare to fight. Even if the other party dared to fight, Chunzong could use the Azura clone to fight back. Perhaps he could not defeat the other party, but he could at least fight back a little. The Azura clone's strength was improving every moment as he cultivated. Moreover, the mysterious Nether token was his opportunity. The other party coveted his opportunity and tried to snatch it away. He even threatened him, yet he still wanted Chunzong to treat him with kindness? "Remember, you're ruining your own future." The middle-aged man spoke furiously, and he fiercely left behind these words before abruptly turning around and leaving with a gust of strong wind. He was furious and wanted to kill Chunzong with one hand, but he did not dare to do so. This was because a faintly discernible aura had locked onto him. As soon as he showed any signs of attacking, he would be crushed like a little bug before he could even hit Chunzong. It might even affect the family behind him. Since he could not make a move, he could only retreat in frustration. After seeing the other party leave, Chunzong deactivated the defensive barrier and cleared his mind before he continued to cultivate. Since he obtained the mysterious nether token, this was the second time someone had come to him. The first time, they wanted to take the mysterious nether token from him by force. They did not pay him anything and only gave him an empty promise. The second time was just now. Xiao Chan had paid the price of 100 heavenly essence pills and a so-called favor from his clan. Comparatively speaking, the second time was much better than the first time. After all, 100 heaven origin pills was a lot. However, the dark nether token represented a rare opportunity, and its value was naturally even higher. Not to mention 100 heaven primary elixirs. Even if it was 200 or 300 heaven primary elixirs, Chunzong would not give it away. Obtaining heavenly essence pills would increase one's wealth. However, obtaining fortuitous encounters would increase one's foundation and strength. If one was strong enough, one would naturally be able to obtain more wealth. Wealth was linked to strength. The more powerful one was, the more wealth one could obtain. If one was weak, no matter how much wealth they had, they wouldn't be able to protect it. Chunzong had long known which was more important. He would not be deceived or confused. A few days later, the door of the 73rd Xianming courtyard was knocked on again. Someone had come to visit. However, whether it was a normal visit or a visit with a covetous nature was still unknown. He opened the door and welcomed the guests. There were two people standing outside the door, a man and a woman. They didn't look very old, probably about the same age as him. However, it was hard to tell their actual age at a glance. Perhaps they were older or younger than him. However, the aura fluctuations they emitted revealed their cultivation. Advanced half-saint. In the Tianyuan sacred region, there were many half-saints, and most of them were young. Chaotic Sword Chunzong. I am Sheng Yuan from the Dark Nether Palace. This is my junior sister, Minglan, the young man said directly. He seemed humble, but there was a hint of arrogance hidden in his voice. Mountain Bearer, Lord? Sheng Yuan? Chunzong's tone was somewhat rhetorical. There was indeed a person named Sheng Yuan on the Dark Nether Palace. He was a disciple of the Dark Nether Palace and was called Mountain Bearer Lord. He was a monarch-level genius and ranked 62nd on the Dark Nether ranking. That's me. The arrogance in Sheng Yuan's voice became more obvious. The source of his arrogance was the Dark Nether Palace and the Dark Nether ranking genius. Brother Sheng Yuan, what can I do for you? Chunzong did not beat around the bush. He did not have any relationship with Sheng Yuan and had never interacted with him before. However, Sheng Yuan had come looking for him, so there must be a reason. It had always been Chunzong's style to say what he had to say. Of course there's a reason. Sheng Yuan's arrogance grew even stronger. He was implying that he would not have come looking for Chunzong if there was no reason. He said condescendingly, "Not long ago, you obtained a dark nether token." Chunzong's eyes darkened. As expected, Sheng Yuan was here for the dark nether token again. Chaotic Sword Chunzong. The dark nether token belongs to the Dark Nether Palace. It should belong to the Dark Nether Palace, Sheng Yuan continued. Sheng Yuan continued. His goal was to obtain a Xianming token for his junior sister, Minglan. This would allow his junior sister, who was in love with him, to enter the Xianming small world and advance by leaps and bounds. Naturally, if he wanted to obtain a Xianming token, he would have to target the other geniuses on the Netherworld ranking. Chunzong was in the first batch of people he had selected to obtain a dark nether token. Lone cultivators were the easiest to target and threaten. Previously, someone had already successfully obtained a dark nether token from a lone cultivator on the dark nether ranking. Naturally, I'm here to return the dark nether token to its rightful owner, Sheng Yuan said solemnly. The dark nether token was personally delivered to me by the Dark Nether Palace's envoy. It belongs to me. Chunzong's tone was extremely firm. He was indirectly telling Sheng Yuan not to covet the dark nether token in his hands. I said that the dark nether token belongs to the Dark Nether Palace. It should belong to the Dark Nether Palace's disciples. Sheng Yuan took a step forward with an overbearing aura. His eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong's body. He brought along an intense pressure. However, This kind of pressure was like a breeze to Chinzong. It was not a threat at all. You could try. Chinzong smiled coldly without fear. Sheng Yuan felt a headache coming on. Before he came, he had heard that Chinzong was a thorn in his side and would not be easy to subdue. I've always been a reasonable person. Sheng Yuan touched his forehead and said again, hand over the dark nether token and you can make a request of me. Otherwise, I can be your referrer and let you join the dark nether palace. Chinzong could not help but snort. Although Sheng Yuan's ranking was higher than his, he was only a half-saint after all. A half-saint who was only ranked 62nd on the dark list actually said that he could make a request. That was too big of a deal. Moreover, he even said that he would be the referrer and let him join the dark nether palace. With his talent, the dark nether palace would definitely welcome him if he was willing. There was no need for a referrer. My senior brother is so polite. How can you be so ungrateful? Ming Lang frowned and scolded Chen Zong angrily. Polite. Chen Zong glanced at the lady. He did not know if she was lying through her teeth or if she was brainless. However, Chen Zong did not intend to explain himself. I'll say it again. The dark nether token belongs to me, Chen Zong said seriously. After that, he closed the courtyard door and shut Sheng Yuan and his junior sister outside. Looking at the closed courtyard door, Sheng Yuan and his junior sister Ming Lan were stunned at first. Then, they were furious. A mere individual cultivator dared to do this. Very well. Sheng Yuan took a deep breath. He felt that his chest was filled with shocking anger. It was about to explode like a volcanic eruption and destroy everything. You're forcing me to use other means. Senior brother. Ming Lan looked at the angry Sheng Yuan and was a little worried. Junior sister, it's okay. Sheng Yuan suppressed the anger that was about to explode and smiled at Ming Lan. Junior sister, I've decided to give you my dark nether token. As for the dark nether token that I need, I'll get it from Chinzong. Senior brother, are you going to challenge Chinzong? Ming Lan asked in surprise. That's right, Sheng Yuan said. Initially, he did not want to take this step. After all, his ranking on the underworld ranking was higher than Chinzong's by more than 10 places. Moreover, he was an important disciple of the Xianming Palace. His opponent was just an individual cultivator. How could he be compared to him? Taking the initiative to challenge Chinzong was an act of condescension and lowering his status. Moreover, if he gave the dark nether token to his junior sister Ming Lan, it would not be so simple. She would have to challenge him first and defeat him before she could get his dark nether token. Then, his name would disappear from the underworld ranking and be replaced by Ming Lan. However, Chinzong was forcing him to take this step now. Chinzong, we'll fight on the battle arena in 3 days. I'll take your dark nether token. Sheng Yuan roared. His voice turned into rolling thunder and struck the Xianming courtyard and the surroundings. This kind of challenge had to be applied to the Xianming district first and then arranged. It would take at least 3 days. That was why Sheng Yuan said 3 days later. Of course, Chinzong could reject this kind of challenge. Otherwise, it would be a mess if he could not reject it. However, why would Chinzong reject it? This was a gathering for him to train himself. Why would he reject it? Since he did not reject it, the battle would be in 3 days. Once the news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Ever since Chinzong appeared in the Xianming city, he had caused quite a commotion and left a deep impression on everyone. Lord Zhongyu actually took the initiative to issue a challenge. His ranking on the underworld ranking is higher than Chinzong by more than 10 places. I heard that it's for the dark nether token. You guys don't know yet, right? Sheng Yuan purposely let his junior sister challenge him in order to get Chinzong's dark nether token and admitted defeat. That's why he's no longer on the underworld ranking. I see. Everyone was enlightened. At this stage, the dark nether token was the main character and had caused a huge commotion. There were often things that were related to the dark nether token. For example, challenges. For example, threats and promises. Wait a minute. Now, the chaotic universe, Sword Chinzong was being challenged by a dark nether token who was more than 10 places higher than him. This person was an important disciple of the dark nether palace. For 3 days, Chinzong was not affected by the outside world. He cultivated wholeheartedly and tried his best to increase his strength. Regardless of his personality, Sheng Yuan was an important disciple of the Dark Nether Palace. He had the inheritance of the Dark Nether Palace and was ranked 62nd on the Underworld ranking. He was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. This battle concerned the ownership of the Dark Nether token. There was no room for mistakes. If his original body could not defeat his opponent, Chunzong would use the innate ferocious force field to suppress his opponent. However, if he could avoid using the power of the Azura avatar, he would not use it. He would use his original body strength to deal with the battle. In that case, he would need to further increase his original body strength. In 3 days, his cultivation level did not change. However, his sword skills had improved. 3 days later, Chunzong was ready to set off. His essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. He pushed open the door and strode out of the Dark Nether district toward the battle arena. At the fighting arena, there was already a sea of people. None of the battles on the Underworld ranking could be missed. Chapter 1357. In the battle arena, Chunzong and Sheng Yuan faced each other from a distance. "Have you brought the shimming token?" Sheng Yuan asked coldly. "Otherwise, you won't be able to take it out when I defeat you. You'd better think about how to save your face first." Chunzong replied calmly. After all, Sheng Yuan had asked his junior sister to challenge him and then admit defeat. Now, his junior sister had replaced him, and he had fallen off the Underworld board. If he defeated Chunzong, he would not only get Chunzong's Xianming token, but he would also be listed on the Underworld board again. If he lost, he would get nothing. Of course, he could continue to challenge and be listed on the Underworld board again. However, he would become a big joke. You're really arrogant." Sheng Yuan was secretly furious. He immediately flipped his palm. Wind rose and clouds surged as the Ban Sheng's strength was incomparably powerful. It was as powerful and heavy as a mountain. It instantly agglomerated in his hand and emitted a shocking chill. This half-saint power was the power cultivated by the Xianming true skill. It was extremely cold and seemed to be able to freeze everything. The Xianming true skill was the Xianming Palace's sect-guarding cultivation method. It was the highest level cultivation method, a complete superior saint class cultivation method. As an important disciple of the Xianming Palace, Sheng Yuan could naturally cultivate the Xianming true skill. However, Sheng Yuan had only obtained part of the cultivation method. It was impossible for him to obtain all of it. This was also to prevent the cultivation method from being leaked. A complete cultivation method and an incomplete cultivation method had different meanings. The power of the Xianming true skill was activated. His 5 fingers seemed to expand in an instant and condensed into an ancient black mountain, emitting a shocking vigor and coldness. This was how the name Lord Mountain Palm came about. The black mountain crashed down. Chunzong's face was solemn. He felt as if his body was being suppressed by a terrifying mountain and could not move for a moment. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed and exploded with terrifying power and sharpness. It slashed through the air. A golden streak was left in the air, extremely dazzling. Since he had broken through to the semi-saint level, there was no need to deliberately suppress his cultivation. Therefore, Chunzong's cultivation was steadily improving every day. His understanding of swordsmanship, body movement, and other martial arts was constantly deepening and improving, so his strength was improving every day. Up to now, Chunzong's strength had a significant gap compared to before. The increase in his cultivation brought about the release of his soul's potential, which increased his comprehension of sword arts and allowed him to improve further. The sword slashed out. It looked ordinary, but it contained an extremely terrifying power, chopping mountains and shattering peaks with irresistible force. Sheng Yuan's expression was cold. His eyes flickered with a cold light, as if they could freeze everything. With a flip of his hand, he struck out with his palm again. This time, his palm strike was even more forceful and overbearing. Its aura was extremely cold, freezing the world. Lord Mountain Zhang has already cultivated the Xianming true technique to the 7th level, right? someone with a keen eye said. The superior saint-level cultivation method was originally superior to the superior saint-level cultivation method. It was more mysterious and harder to cultivate. The power cultivated by the superior saint-level cultivation method at the 7th level was more powerful than the power cultivated by the superior saint-level cultivation method at the 8th level. It was close to the power cultivated by the 9th level. Chunzong had cultivated the Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique to the 10th level. In terms of cultivation method power, he was superior to Sheng Yuan. However, Sheng Yuan's cultivation was at the upper level of the half-saint level, and he had reached the limit of the upper level of the half-saint level. On the other hand, Chunzong was only at the middle level of the half-saint level. In terms of cultivation strength, Chunzong was not as good as Sheng Yuan. In terms of martial arts, Sheng Yuan was also very talented. He had put in a lot of effort and was very profound. He was able to achieve the 62nd position on the underworld list. Mountain toppling palm, a mountain suppressing all life on the earth. Sword splitting the sky. The sword seemed to split the sky and the earth. The improvement of his cultivation and strength allowed Chunzong to surpass his previous strength. He was now able to confront Lord Mountain Zhang, Sheng Yuan. Senior brother, you must win. Minglan clenched her fists and secretly encouraged Sheng Yuan. If Sheng Yuan won, both of them could enter the Xianming small world. If Sheng Yuan lost, she could only return the Xianming token to Sheng Yuan. She would not be able to enter the Xianming small world. 5 fingers as mountains. In an instant, as Sheng Yuan turned his palm and slapped out, his 5 fingers turned into 5 ancient black mountains. They charged at Chunzong from 5 different directions with extremely terrifying power, crushing everything. 100 blades, cutting extremity. 10 blades as 1. Chunzong had cultivated the 2nd level of the 1,000 blades cutting extremity sword technique. 100 blades cutting extremity. He had also completely mastered the 1st level, 10 blades cutting extremity. He had successfully cultivated 10 blades as 1. Using 10 blades as 1 to activate the 100 blades cutting extremity, 100 sword lights condensed into 10 more powerful lights. 2 lights formed a wave and attacked the 5 ancient black mountains respectively. He took a step forward and directly transformed into 100 shadows. It was the 100 shadows and 100 illusions. Immediately, the 100 shadows turned into 100 sword lights and appeared around Sheng Yuan. Not only was each sword light extremely sharp, but it also contained extremely shocking power. It was as if it could crush everything. 100 shadows and 100 blades cutting extremity. This move was evolved from the 10 shadows and 10 blades cutting extremity. At Chunzong's level, he could use it without any pressure. As soon as this move was used, Sheng Yuan was shocked. He raised both of his hands and activated the Xianming True skill. The black Xianming True force surged through his arms and into his palms. He suddenly pushed them forward and pressed his palms. The air under his palms seemed to be under great pressure and collapsed. 2 huge and ancient black mountain phantoms appeared at the same time, revolving around Sheng Yuan's body. They were incomparably powerful, and the void trembled. He opened his 10 fingers and filled them with pitch-black Xianming True force. It made his 10 fingers extremely tough, as if they were forged by thousands of years of cold iron. He continuously flicked his fingers and blocked Chunzong's 100 shadows and 100 blades cutting extremity. The clanging sounds were continuous and extremely harsh. One could vaguely see strands of sparks sputtering. Explode. After Sheng Yuan blocked the 100 shadows and 100 blades attack, he suddenly let out a low roar. The 2 ancient and huge black mountain phantoms that surrounded him suddenly trembled and rushed towards Chunzong. Its momentum was incomparably powerful and could destroy mountains. The moment it approached Chunzong, it suddenly exploded. His heart suddenly jumped. Chunzong was suddenly shocked. He quickly retreated with his sword and broke out a tyrannical force to resist. The 2 black mountain shadows exploded in an instant. Its power was extremely terrifying. It exploded as if it could destroy everything. It turned into a torrent of impact, covering all directions and swallowing Chunzong's body. The black torrent was like a monstrous flood that destroyed everything. It kept exploding and wanted to blow up Chunzong inside. Sheng Yuan's eyes were fixed on the huge black mass. Everyone around the fighting ring also stared at it. Most people couldn't see inside because of the power of the Xianming true force. Only the strong ones could. One by one, the strong ones were surprised as if they had seen something that shocked them. Sheng Yuan thought to himself, under his unexpected attack, Chunzong would at least be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Suddenly, a fierce blood-red light flashed out of the darkness of the Xianming true force like lightning. It was as if it was cutting through the night. The sword was too fast and too sudden. Sheng Yuan's pupils shrank sharply in an instant. He only felt his hands and feet turn cold. The sword seemed to be able to kill him. In the face of danger, Sheng Yuan quickly reacted. Xianming true armor. It was as if he was roaring out a trace of fear in his heart. It was also as if he wanted to increase his momentum. With a buzzing sound, the black power flowed and covered his whole body in an instant. It turned into an armor shadow that covered Sheng Yuan's body. The blood-red light was extremely sharp. It shot out at an astonishing speed, but it was blocked by the black armor shadow. Xianming true armor. This was a defensive martial art that was compatible with the Xianming true force. It could be used in an instant to resist a powerful attack and protect oneself. Defensive martial arts were rarer and more precious than offensive martial arts. Most of the martial arts that were compatible with cultivation techniques were offensive martial arts. There were very few that were compatible with defensive martial arts. Xianming Hand, Xianming Mountain Destroyer. After blocking Chunzong's sword, Sheng Yuan was furious. If he hadn't mastered the Xianming true armor not long ago, he was afraid that this sword would have injured him. In anger, he fully activated the Xianming true force. His right hand was suddenly dyed black and emitted a shocking chill. It was as if it was cast from the cold iron of the deep sea. A terrifying force condensed in his right hand, faintly about to explode. Boom! The palm seemed to be pushing and slapping at the same time. In an instant, it exploded with a shocking force that could destroy mountains and destroy everything. It was indestructible and made Chunzong's hair stand on end. One sword burst blood. The blood-red light was like a tide, and it was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, it exploded with a shocking force that could destroy everything. The shocking force spread in all directions. It was like a raging tide. The brilliant sword light pierced through the raging tide and pierced toward Sheng Yuan with a touch of extreme sharpness. Behind the sword light was Chunzong's indifferent eyes. Sheng Yuan's heart trembled. He rolled up the black torrent, which was as powerful and domineering as a mountain. It turned into a long spear that pierced through the void. The long black spears shot out one after another, as if they were shooting out from the water. They were densely packed and attacked like a storm. Immediately, his arms shook. Like a bird spreading its wings, he leaped into the air. When he was in the air, he suddenly opened his arms. A black water curtain of hundreds of feet long suddenly swept across the sky and covered the martial arts arena, darkening the sky and the earth. The shocking pressure pressed down, as if it was going to crush Chunzong. Under this pressure, Chunzong felt that his body was constantly being squeezed, and it was difficult for him to move. More importantly, the force in his body was operating slowly. A force field. Chunzong was secretly shocked, but immediately denied it. This was not a force field. If it was, the suppression effect would be more obvious. However, although it was not a force field, it still had some of the power of a force field. It posed a certain threat to Chunzong. However, Chunzong's body was strong, and he adapted to this kind of pressure in an instant. One sword burst blood. The stunning and fierce blood-red light burst out again. It soared into the sky as if it was going to break the clouds and pierce the firmament. A strong physique gave the cultivator better adaptability. When faced with all kinds of unfavorable environments, the cultivator would be able to face them better. Xuanming's great handprint. Sheng Yuan's eyes became dark and deep. He kept waving his hands in mysterious trajectories, condensing countless handprints. The handprints gathered in an instant and finally turned into a huge black mountain-like seal. The seal was 10 meters in size, like a black divine mountain from ancient times. It immediately emitted an extremely shocking aura. Vigorous, cold, gloomy, and domineering. Boom! Chapter 1358. The sky darkened, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. The Xuanming's giant handprint was a terrifying secret skill of the Xianming Palace. It was a grade 9 secret skill, and its initial mastery was already a grade 7 attack secret skill. The 10-meter-tall, black, divine mountain fell, shattering the vacuum. Shenzong's expression was solemn. His body was suppressed by the terrifying power. His muscles and bones trembled, and his dragon power surged to resist the impact and suppression of this power. Celestial crystal body. In an instant, white gang qi covered his arms and spun violently, increasing the strength of Shenzong's arms. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with one punch. With the gilded mountain sword in hand, an even more shocking power burst forth. Blood explosion. The blood light surged like a volcanic eruption, releasing a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Under the amplification of the celestial crystal body secret skill, the power of this sword was extremely shocking. The blood sword light paused for a moment, then shattered. The huge black divine mountain shadow also paused. It shook slightly and seemed to fade a little. Blood explosion. Shenzong's power exploded again, and another blazing blood light blasted out. After 3 consecutive strikes, the black divine mountain shattered. With the 4th strike, the blood light rolled and soared into the sky. Sheng Yuan immediately activated the Xianming true armor to protect his body, barely blocking Shenzong's sword. His body flew up into the sky with the help of the sword's power. He waved his hands in a mysterious trajectory and performed the Xuanming's giant handprint again. Sheng Yuan's cultivation at the peak of the advanced half-saint level allowed him to have vigorous power. He could explode many times without being exhausted. Shenzong also realized this point. Although his cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time, compared to Sheng Yuan, he still didn't have much of an advantage. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy to defeat his opponent. In this case, he could only reveal some of his trump cards. Shenzong did not want to reveal the power of the Azurite doppelganger. So, he would reveal the power of the blood-dripping swordprint. Now that he had begun to cultivate the blood-dripping swordsmanship, he could further deepen his understanding and mastery of the blood-dripping swordprint. Endless Blood Sea. Once activated, it was the 3rd and strongest move of the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The sword movements sealed in the blood-drop swordsmanship had been practiced to the perfection level. They were very powerful. When Shenzong used them with his mid-level half-saint strength, they were even more terrifying. The blood-red color spread out, turning into a sea of blood that was several hundred meters wide that surged endlessly. An astonishing pressure spread out, covering the sky and earth. Even the people around the fighting ring felt an indescribable pressure. Rumble. Blood, 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 blood. The blood, blood, blood print. Wave after wave of blood-colored waves transformed into raging waves that swept out and shattered everything. Endless Blood Sea. The Xuanming's giant palm paused for a moment, and then it collapsed under the tyrannical power of the blood-red wave. The blood-red light swept out, bringing with it boundless sword qi. After shattering the shadow of the black divine mountain, the blood-red light shot towards Sheng Yuan in midair. Mysterious underworld true armor. Sheng Yuan was shocked. He hurriedly used his defensive martial skill again. However, the Endless Blood Sea was extremely powerful. When Shenzong was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, he could use this move to delay the first Heaven Saint Realm disciples of the ancient Wind Mansion. Now that he had reached the intermediate Half-Saint Realm, its power was even more powerful. The mysterious underworld true armor with amazing defensive power couldn't withstand the Endless Blood Sea for even a moment. The terrifying power bombarded Sheng Yuan's body. The sword qi rushed into his body and wreaked havoc. It was as if it wanted to tear his body apart. His body trembled, and he coughed up blood. His body was ravaged by the sword qi. It was as if his body was being torn apart. The endless blood sea at the perfection stage was too powerful. It had exceeded the limit of what one could withstand. A Saint Realm master from the mysterious underworld palace immediately took action. He waved his sleeve, and it turned into a black waterfall. It spread out like a long river and swept Sheng Yuan away from the arena. At the same time, it destroyed the sword qi, ravaging Sheng Yuan's body and dissolved the endless blood sea's power. He won again. Chunzong is too unexpected. Many voices of discussion rang out one after another, exclaiming endlessly. This time, Chunzong didn't win because of his own strength, but because he used his trump card. There are also people who saw things clearly, seeing the truth. Defeating one's opponent with one's own strength was different from defeating one's opponent with an external trump card. It seems that the primordial chaos sword Chunzong's strength stops here. You're wrong. Chunzong's current cultivation is only at the intermediate half-saint realm. If he advances to the advanced half-saint realm, he'll definitely be stronger than Sheng Yuan. Some people weren't optimistic about Chunzong, while others were optimistic about Chunzong. However, whether they were optimistic or not, Chunzong had defeated Sheng Yuan. As a result, he kept his mysterious underworld token. As for his ranking on the underworld list, it remained unchanged. After all, Sheng Yuan had fallen off the underworld list. Chunzong didn't suffer any losses in this battle. In fact, Sheng Yuan didn't suffer any substantial losses either. However, he would become a topic of conversation and a joke in the future. In the number 73 Xianming courtyard, Chunzong's closed eyes opened in an instant. A ray of extremely shocking cold light shot out, tearing the sky apart. He pointed his fingers like a sword and pierced the void. A bloody light shot out, tearing the world apart. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. Blood-spurting sword. This sword was astonishingly fast. It was like a flash of lightning. It felt like it was operating at will, releasing its sharpness to the fullest. Minor accomplishment. This sword had finally reached the minor accomplishment. Chunzong didn't gain nothing from the battle with Sheng Yuan. In fact, he gained a deeper understanding of the blood drop swordsmanship, especially after activating the blood drop sword print to display the endless blood sea. After returning to the number 73 Xianming courtyard, he meditated for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he digested and mastered all kinds of comprehensions, allowing the first move of the blood drop swordsmanship, blood-spurting sword, to reach the minor accomplishment realm. The blood drop swordsmanship was a saint-grade superior sword technique. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. It was difficult for a half-saint to cultivate it. Even many prodigies on the Netherworld list had to spend a lot of time and energy to reach the minor accomplishment realm. It was almost impossible for them to reach the minor accomplishment realm. Chunzong's soul was powerful, comparable to the mastery saint rudiment realm. His comprehension was extremely amazing. Moreover, he had the blood drop sword print. Previously, he had cultivated blood, spurting sword, and blood burst sword to the minor accomplishment realm. It was too difficult to further improve. He didn't expect that this time, after being challenged by Sheng Yuan, he would obtain an opportunity to cultivate blood spurting sword to the minor accomplishment realm. The gap between the minor accomplishment realm and the minor accomplishment realm was very obvious. Twice. At least twice the gap. In terms of power alone, blood spurting sword was several times stronger than bloodburst sword. Its speed was also far superior to bloodburst sword. It could be said that except for some trump cards, blood-spurting sword was Chunzong's strongest sword technique. If I were to fight with Sheng Yuan again, I would be able to defeat him without the help of the blood-dripping sword seal. Chunzong smiled. The improvement of one's strength was always so wonderful. It made people look forward to it and feel a sense of accomplishment. This is the mysterious Nether City. It looks good. A chubby young man with a round figure glanced around with his small eyes. While chewing on the oily beast leg, he muttered, "It's okay. but it's not as good as the mysterious Ink City. A skinny and tall young man who was walking beside him said with an ashen face. His bulging eyes were dead silent, and everything he looked at seemed to be filled with bitterness and hatred. Of course, how can the mysterious Nether Territory be compared with our mysterious Ink City? The chubby young man's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't care about his image and smiled. His teeth were full of meat. The mysterious Nether Territory can't be compared with our mysterious Ink City, but the mysterious Nether Small World is not bad. It's worth entering. The skinny young man's expression was still stiff. These two people were obviously cultivators from other territories. The mysterious Ink City was at the border of the mysterious Nether Territory. These two people came from mysterious Ink City and entered the mysterious Nether Territory to train. They happened to encounter the mysterious Nether Token, so they changed their direction and headed to the mysterious Nether City. They had heard of the mysterious Nether Small World. It was controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace and only opened once every 100 years. It was quite extraordinary. The mysterious Nether Palace was very powerful. Although they thought that the mysterious Ink City was more powerful than the mysterious Nether Territory, they couldn't deny that they were nothing in front of the mysterious Nether Palace. Since there was such an opportunity, they naturally couldn't miss it. The two of them weren't reckless. They didn't immediately issue a challenge when they entered the mysterious Nether City. Instead, they investigated first. The mysterious Nether Territory had the mysterious Nether List, while the mysterious Ink City had the mysterious MO List. The Saint Realms List was the same, the mysterious list. However, those below the Saint Realm had different names. One was the Dark List, while the other was the MO List. The names were different, but the essence. These two people were the geniuses on the MO List in the mysterious Ink City. They followed the same logic as the geniuses on the Dark List. Although they were arrogant, they didn't act rashly. They investigated first before choosing an opponent to challenge, and seized the mysterious Nether Token to enter the mysterious Nether Small World. In my opinion, the geniuses on the Dark List are only slightly weaker than us on the MO List. You and I are respectively ranked 43rd and 42nd on the MO List. It's safer for us to challenge those who are ranked lower than us on the Dark List, the fatty said as he chewed on a beast leg. All right, the skinny guy didn't object. Two guests arrived at the 73rd mysterious Nether Courtyard. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong. Why are you looking for me instead of cultivating and increasing your strength? Chunzong asked with a smile. This was a very tense time. Other than the top 10 geniuses, anyone could be challenged and seize the mysterious Nether Token. Although Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong were ranked on the Dark List and were powerful, their rankings weren't very high. Under normal circumstances, they should be cultivating diligently or even announcing that they were going into seclusion. Firstly, it was to increase their strength as much as possible. Secondly, it was to avoid being challenged and protect the mysterious Nether Token. You probably don't know yet. Something happened just now. Zheng Tuo smiled bitterly. What happened? Chunzong was a little curious. Two geniuses from other regions came. They defeated Lightning Blade Northstore and Lord Hengjiang Sutong. Zheng Tuo said with a solemn expression. Lightning Blade Northstore and Lord Hengjiang Sutong. Chunzong was slightly taken aback. The two of them were ranked 41st and 40th respectively on the Underworld board. They were also top Monarch-level geniuses. What's the background of those two geniuses from other regions? Chunzong asked again. Chapter 1359. The sky was blue, and the clouds were vast. A month flew by. This time, Chunzong directly went into seclusion for a month. He stopped all visits and challenges and focused on improving his cultivation and strength. His body was tall and straight, and a strong power reverberated in his body. Even though his cultivation was still at the intermediate half-saint level, his half-saint power was more condensed and powerful. Moreover, with sufficient resources, his body refining cultivation had naturally broken through to the intermediate half-saint level. The reason Chun Zong came out of seclusion was because of the message from the Xianming token. The Xianming small world was about to open. The Xianming small world was about to open, and all fight stopped. Everyone who had the Xianming token immediately rushed to the Xianming Valley outside the Xianming Palace. The Xianming Valley was under the control of the Xianming Palace, but it was some distance away. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong came to find him. "Brother Chun, let's go together," Zheng Tuo invited. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong did not come from a powerful force. The force they came from was a 7-star force, which was not comparable to an 8-star force, let alone a 9-star one. A 7-star force was naturally very powerful to those small forces and rogue cultivators, but it was nothing to an 8-star or 9-star force. Although Chun Zong was a rogue cultivator, Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong admired him very much, especially Nan Wukong. At first, he looked down on him, but now he was completely convinced. Okay. Chun Zong also agreed to go with them, and they walked out of the Xianming district together. The distance from the Xianming city to the Xianming Valley was actually not far, but it was not close either. With their speed, it would take them about 10 days to arrive. Of course, they would not just go there. The Xianming city had already made arrangements for them to ride on flying monsters. These flying monster beasts were high-order monster beasts, equivalent to Saint Realm Masters, and had been domesticated to serve as transportation. High up in the sky, there was one person on each of the 3 flying monsters. One was Chun Zong, another was Zheng Tuo, and the last was Nan Wukong. A gust of wind blew in their faces. It was as if it could blow everything away. However, Chun Zong and the other 2 were sitting on the back of the flying demonic beast. They were as steady as a mountain and did not move an inch. The flying demonic beast spread out its wide wings and flapped them fiercely. It stirred up a gust of wind and propelled itself forward. It was as swift as an arrow leaving the bow. At this moment, 2 figures flew past from the side. One was tall and thin, and the other was round. The tall and thin man was expressionless. His eyes were bulging and lifeless, and he looked like a zombie. The rotund man was holding a large roasted beast leg that was dripping with oil and was gnawing on it. "Brother Chun, they are the prodigies from the Black Ink region, Zhao Fong and Zhao Yuan. They are known as the Perimeter Dual Masters." Zheng Tuo transmitted his voice to Chen Xiaolian. "The fat man is called Zhao Fong, and the skinny man is called Zhao Yuan." Zhao Fong, Zhao Yuan. Chun Zong was a little stunned, looking at the fat man's round figure, especially when he was sitting on the back of the flying demonic beast. He looked like a ball. He was actually not called Zhao Yuan, but Zhao Fong. As for the other person, she was as thin as a bamboo pole. Her name was Zhao Yuan. This name was really strange. The 2 of them were from the foreign region. They had defeated the prodigies from the Dark Nether Territory's Dark Ranking and obtained the Dark Nether token. To a certain extent, they were here to share the Dark Nether Territory's resources. However, this had nothing to do with Chun Zong. In the end, Chun Zong was also here to share the Dark Nether Territory's resources. After all, Chun Zong was not from the foreign region, but from outside Tian Yuan's sacred region. Hundreds of flying demonic beasts flew out of Dark Nether City, one after another. It was a spectacular sight. Half a day later, the flying demonic beasts landed in front of a valley. The valley was dark and emitted a cold chill. It was Dark Nether Valley. 2 black-robed men stood at the entrance of Dark Nether Valley. They were expressionless. Their cold eyes swept across, and a trace of Saint Rudiment's stage aura filled the air. These 2 men were from Dark Nether Palace. "Show me your Dark Nether token," one of them said. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone took out their Dark Nether tokens. Only those with a Dark Nether token were qualified to step into Dark Nether Valley and enter the Dark Nether Small World that was about to open. The temperature within the mysterious Dark Valley was much lower than the outside. The pitch-black ground, pitch-black rocks, pitch-black vegetation, and traces of a cold aura constantly emanated from within. The valley did not look big. One could see the end of it at a glance. There was nothing to hide. More than 100 people entered the valley, and it immediately brought some vitality to the dead valley. The 100 people spread out. Some closed their eyes to rest, while others sized each other up. A few cold and sharp gazes stared at Chenzong. He felt as if there was a blade on his back, as if it was going to pierce through him. Chenzong swept his gaze over. Sima Li, Sheng Yuan. Other than him, there were some people from the Sima family in Dark Nether Palace. Both Sima Li and Sheng Yuan had been defeated by his sword, but they challenged him again. Sima Li was arrogant. He wanted to teach Chenzong a lesson, but he was defeated by Chenzong instead. He was humiliated, so he held a grudge. Recently, he had been training hard, and his strength had improved. He wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. As for Sheng Yuan, he wanted to snatch Chenzong's Dark Nether token, but he was humiliated. For a period of time, he was treated as a joke. He was also humiliated. His hatred for Chenzong could not be washed away. During this period of time, Sheng Yuan had also been training hard. Perhaps it was the pressure from the humiliation that made his strength improve. Originally, at this level, it was already very difficult to improve his strength further. He didn't expect that because of this humiliation, his strength would improve even further. However, Sheng Yuan would rather not. This humiliation was like a shadow that could not be washed away. Only by defeating Chenzong and then torturing him to death would he be able to let go of this feeling. The other sky prides of the Sima family were hostile to Chenzong because Chenzong had defeated Sima Li. While Sima Li was humiliated, it also affected them to a certain extent. The second reason was the most important one. He had rejected young Master Sima's invitation. Young Master Sima was the 9th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard and the first genius of the Sima family. He had personally invited him, but he had been rejected. Not only was he rejected, but he had even said that he would be overtaken. This was unacceptable to the Sima family. Therefore, it was normal for the Sima family to be hostile to Chenzong. The disciples of the Dark Nether Palace were hostile to Chenzong because Chenzong had defeated Sheng Yuan. Chenzong had not seen many of the 108 sky prides on the Dark Leaderboard. Now, all 108 sky prides were gathered here. The most eye-catching ones were 9 sky prides. Young Master Sima Huanyu was one of them. In addition, Chenzong also noticed a young man in a long green robe with a warm expression. The aura around him was vigorous. This person was the 10th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard, the disciple of the Evergreen Fort, Tang Qingyuan. The young man in the black gilded battle armor had eyes like a tiger's and a shocking aura. He was like a general who had won hundreds of battles on the battlefield. He was the 8th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard, Hu Laizhan. Hu Laizhan was not a disciple of the Dark Nether Territory's 5 major forces. Instead, he was born in a small family in the 32 prefectures. He had been expelled by his family for some unknown reason, but he had a shocking, fortuitous encounter that made him extraordinary. It could be said that Hu Laizhan was the leader of the younger generation among the small forces and itinerant cultivators. The small forces and itinerant cultivators were actually considered to have a common enemy. After all, in the eyes of the major forces, those small forces and itinerant cultivators were no different. Although Hu Laizhan had a fortuitous encounter and had advanced by leaps and bounds, he was now ranked 8th on the Dark Leaderboard. The 7th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard was Hai Wei, a disciple of the Dark Nether Palace. She was dressed in a water blue silk robe with tassels around her body. The 6th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard was Sima Dian from the Sima family. The 5th sky pride on the Dark Nether Palace was Lin Chaochuan. The 4th sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard was Tang Qingwei, a disciple of the Evergreen Fort. She was Tang Qingyuan's younger sister. The 3rd sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard was Zhao Gu from the Chuyang sect. The 2nd sky pride on the Dark Leaderboard was Jian Lingxiao, a disciple of the Golden Sword Villa. It was said that his original name was not Jian Lingxiao, but he had changed his name to make up his mind. The 1st sky pride on the Dark Nether Palace was Su Mu Bai, the strongest disciple of the Dark Nether Palace. However, Chenzong did not see Su Mu Bai. Although he had never seen him before, He had heard that Su Mubai usually wore a long black and white robe. However, none of the 108 Sky Prides wore a long black and white robe. As for the 6th Sky Pride on the dark leaderboard, Sima Dian, he was ranked higher than Sima Huanyu. However, he was not the leader of the Sima family's younger generation. He was not a peerless Sky Pride. Due to some reasons and the fact that he had more time to cultivate than the other Sky Prides, he had built his powerful strength. However, his strength was almost fixed and could not be improved. It was also difficult for him to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. It could be said that Sima Dian was the oldest Sky Pride on the dark leaderboard. He was dozens of years older than the second oldest Sky Pride. He was a person who had exhausted his potential. Even if he broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would not be outstanding. Such a person might be in the limelight for a while, but it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed. In that case, he was not qualified to be the leader of the Sima family. The Dark Nether Palace was the strongest. They had 3 peerless Sky Prides who were ranked in the top 10 of the dark leaderboard. Although the Golden Sword Villa only had 1 person who was ranked in the top 10 of the dark leaderboard, he was ranked 2nd. It was very shocking. The top 10 Sky Prides on the dark leaderboard each had a unique and overbearing aura. Chunzong's eyes narrowed. He was no match for them. Currently, he was no match for them at all. In fact, Chunzong was not very confident that he could defeat them even if he used the Heavenly Fiend force field. After all, every peerless Sky Pride who was ranked in the top 10 of the dark leaderboard had extraordinary means. Soon after, Chunzong sensed a familiar gaze. When he turned his head to look, he was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled. Wu Feng. The owner of the gaze was Saber Master's disciple, Wu Feng. It turned out that he had also defeated a Sky Pride on the dark leaderboard and replaced him. He had become a newcomer on the dark leaderboard and obtained the Dark Nether token. Chapter 1360. 8 days off for National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. You guys are having a great time. The 6 Dao realms are still writing. I'm writing day and night. You and I will fight again after we enter the Xianming small world. Wu Feng's voice was as cold as a knife. It cut through the sky and penetrated Chunzong's mind. All right, Chunzong replied. Although he had won the battle that day, it had not been an easy victory. Edgeless Saber had been very pure and had given him a lot of inspiration. Now, Edgeless Eyes looked sharper than before. Clearly, his strength and saber skills had improved significantly. He's a good opponent, Chunzong thought to himself. Strength did not necessarily make one a good opponent. A suitable opponent who could train oneself was a good opponent. In the Xianming Valley, the disciples of the Xianming Palace, Chaoyang Sect, Golden Sword Villa, Sima family, and Fort Evergreen gathered in one place. There were more than 30 disciples from these 5 forces. Time passed slowly as they waited. Suddenly, a chill seemed to descend from the sky and seep out from the valley. It turned into a gust of cold wind and blew in all directions. This chill seemed to penetrate one's bone marrow and soul, causing one's heart to palpitate. They could not help but shiver. At the same time, the chill intensified. A wave appeared in the center of the Xianming Valley. The wave rippled out like water, attracting everyone's attention. Silently, strands of black aura spread out from the empty space and slowly revolved. Gradually, it formed a black vortex that radiated with a chilling coldness under everyone's gazes. The whirlpool was about 2 meters in diameter. It seemed to be spinning in the right direction, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be spinning in the opposite direction. Looking at it a few more times would cause one to feel confused. The entrance to the Xianming small world has been opened. You can enter with the Xianming token. Remember, the Xianming small world will be open for a month. At the end of the month, the Xianming token will protect you from leaving the Xianming small world. A deep and vigorous voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to come from the bottom of the valley. It was hard to tell. The words were not long, but they contained some information that made people ponder. The Dark Nether small world would only be open for a month. He had to make the best use of his time to search for opportunities. The Dark Nether token was very important. Whether it was entering or leaving the Dark Nether small world, it would be used. It could not be lost. The disciples from the shimmering palace were the first to move. With a flash of their bodies, they entered the vortex-like entrance and disappeared as if they had been swallowed by an ancient beast. Following that, the disciples and sky prides of the other four forces also entered. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 sky prides of the 108 sky prides were gone. Go! The geniuses from the other mansions shouted. Among them, there were disciples from the ancient wind mansion. However, it had been some time since the previous incident, and Chunzone was believed to have died in the Ash Cloud Mountain, so the ancient wind mansion's disciples did not pay too much attention to it. Otherwise, it would be another problem. Brother Chun, let's go in as well, said Zhang Ta. He took a step forward, and his figure shot forward like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, all 108 sky prides of the Dark Nether ranking had entered the black vortex and disappeared. The Dark Nether Valley, which had gained some vitality due to the arrival of the sky prides of the Dark Nether ranking, returned to its deathly stillness. Wisps of chilly wind gradually blew past and lingered in the Dark Nether Valley for a long time. Suddenly, a figure seemed to appear from the darkness. Without making a sound, it flew past like a ghost and headed straight for the vortex entrance of the Dark Nether small world. After the first black figure appeared, a second and a third appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 figures. How dare you? The muffled voice from before rang out once again, carrying with it a thunderous fury. An extremely terrifying pressure descended, as if it was going to destroy all life. Following that, a jet-black palm print formed in the air and enveloped the entire Dark Nether Valley. The sky darkened as the palm print fell from the sky. The palm print was extremely clear and lifelike. It was like a dragon soaring in the sky as it emitted an earth-shattering aura. When the palm landed, it seemed as though the entire Dark Nether Valley would collapse. The black figures that were rushing towards the vortex entrance paused, as if they were frozen in mid-air. In the next moment, these ghost-like figures would be suppressed by this terrifying power and turned into dust. However, a dark and deep light seemed to pass through the gap in the void. In an instant, a shocking aura exploded. It was as if a shadow had descended on the earth and destroyed all life. It carried an extremely sharp aura as it charged towards the huge palm. The palm paused for a moment, and the terrifying aura was also blocked in an instant. Dozens of black figures regained their ability to move and flew towards the vortex door. However, the moment the first black figure came into contact with the vortex door, it trembled. Following that, it began to shatter from the top. It was as if it was being strangled by the vortex door's positive and negative forces. In the blink of an eye, it turned into dust and disappeared without a sound. Following that, the second and third black figures were also being strangled and disappeared. However, this did not frighten the other black figures. One after another, they charged forward as if they were trying to fulfill some grand wish. Charge! 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 The black figures approached the vortex door, but they were all strangled and crushed by the vortex door's power. The 13th black figure paused for a moment, and his black robe rippled out like water, blocking the surroundings. A terrifying sound vaguely rang out, as if something had been crushed. However, the black figure somehow managed to resist the vortex door's strangling power and disappeared into the vortex door. Not long after, most of the black figures had been strangled by the vortex door. However, there were still 10 black figures that managed to resist the vortex door's strangling power and successfully entered the Dark Nether small world. Seeing the 10 black figures enter, the person who had secretly blocked the huge palm immediately disappeared as if he had never done anything. Soon after, the light dimmed and a figure appeared in the Dark Nether Valley with his hands behind his back. This was a burly old man. His hair was furiously fluttering, and he gave off an indescribable sense of majesty like a lion. An extremely terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress all life spread out from the old man's body in all directions. It filled the world and filled the ages. His eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light, and it was as if a cold bolt of lightning had shot out from the void. It swept across all directions, and everything in the world was in his eyes. Disappeared. Completely disappeared. There was no way to find it. Rats from the Black Fiend. The old man's voice was deep and forceful, and it rumbled like thunder. The person who had attacked just now was an expert from a Black Fiend. Although the old man did not know who the other party was, he could easily identify the other party's aura. 10 little rats from the Black Fiend have entered the dark nether small world. I'm afraid there will be some unnecessary casualties. The old man looked at the vortex door, and a trace of worry appeared on the fierce faces of the lions. The dark nether small world was isolated from the outside world, and news could not be transmitted into it. Therefore, the prodigies who had entered the dark nether ranking previously did not know that 10 sage-level experts from the Black Fiend had entered. As for why the Black Fiend was willing to sacrifice dozens of people to enter the dark nether small world, their motive was obvious and direct. Firstly, they wanted to kill as many prodigies on the dark nether ranking as possible. After all, the Black Fiend was the largest dark force in the dark nether territory. The purpose of their existence was to destroy and be enemies with the Orthodox Tao. Every time a prodigy from the Orthodox Tao appeared, they would think of ways to assassinate and eliminate them. Now that the dark nether small world had opened and 108 prodigies had entered, it was an excellent opportunity for the Black Fiend to kill all of them in one fell swoop. They could not miss this opportunity, even if they had to pay a price for it. Even if they could not kill all 108 prodigies, it would be extremely beneficial for the Black Fiend to kill a portion of them. Secondly, the Black Fiend who had entered the dark nether small world might obtain some opportunity to become more powerful. The Black Fiend's motive was to weaken the Orthodox Tao's power and strengthen their own. The news could not be transmitted into the dark nether small world, so the 108 prodigies could only rely on themselves to find out. However, this time, no one knew how many people would be sacrificed. After all, the Black Fiend sage-level experts who dared to enter the dark nether small world were definitely not weak. They were definitely more powerful than ordinary advanced sage-level experts. With a hint of worry, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared again. The dark nether small world was a real world, but it was relatively small. Of course, small and large were relative terms. If it was compared to the Tianyuan sacred realm, the dark nether small world was indeed not large, but it was actually more vast than the dark nether territory. When Shenzong, Zheng Tuo, and Nan Wukong entered, those who had entered before had already left, leaving only faint auras and footprints. Brother Zheng, Brother Nan, I've always acted alone. This time, I won't team up with you, Shenzong said to Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong did not think that Shenzong was arrogant. After all, after interacting with him for a while, they both knew that Shenzong was not an arrogant person. It was normal for some people to like to act alone. Brother Chun, I wish you a fruitful journey, Zheng Tuo said with a smile. Nan Wukong was a man of few words, but he still gave his blessings. Shenzong also wished him a fruitful journey. Goodbye, you two. Shenzong cupped his hands, turned around, and used his body movement to leave quickly. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong looked away, chose a direction, and left quickly. After entering the dark nether small world, there were directions everywhere. Everyone could choose where they want to go. As for what opportunities they would get, it depended on their luck and ability. The sky of the dark nether small world was dark, as if it was covered with dark clouds. But it was motionless, as if it had been like this since ancient times. Wisps of cold aura filled the air. It was everywhere and blended with the air. In addition, the ground was also black. The stones were also black. The mountains in the distance were also black. Black was the main color here. Cold aura was the aura here. Dark nether, dark nether, dark nether, mysterious and unpredictable. Chapter 1361. The Xianming Small World was ancient. The first-generation palace master of the Xianming Palace had entered the small world by chance. After obtaining the powerful inheritance, he became an expert and founded the Xianming Palace. As for when the Xianming Small World appeared, it was hard to find out. One could only say that it was very ancient. It opened once every 100 years. In the past, only the outstanding disciples of the Xianming Palace were qualified to enter. They could usually obtain great benefits and improve their abilities significantly. This time, it was open to the public. It was the first time that the prodigies of the Netherworld role were allowed to enter. As for what benefits the prodigies of the Netherworld role could obtain, it would depend on their luck and ability. Luck and ability were indispensable. If one was lucky, they would encounter an opportunity. However, if they were not capable enough, they would not be able to obtain it. If one was capable but did not have the luck to encounter an opportunity, it was equivalent to having a body of skills but not being able to use them. Shenzong's luck had always been good, but sometimes it was not so good. A dark nether soul refining flower grew on a jet black rock, and it swayed in the wind as if it stood aloof from the world. It was completely jet black, and as it swayed gently in the wind, traces of a faintly discernible mysterious aura spread out. This was a sacred medicine that could be used to refine elixirs or directly consumed. It strengthened one's divine intent and soul. Shenzong was tempted and wanted to get his hands on it. However, other than him, there were two other people who had their eyes on the Xianming spirit-refining flower. One of them was wearing a black tight, soft armor. She also had black leggings and arm guards, which perfectly accentuated her tall and curvy figure. There were two slightly curved short blades on her waist, and they were emitting a cold and extremely sharp aura. The other person was dressed in a short gray robe. He had a square face and looked a little like a middle-aged man. He exuded a fierce aura from head to toe. Shenzong recognized that the lady in black armor was the prodigy of the Xianming Palace. She was ranked in the top 10 on the Netherworld roll. The man in the short gray robe was ranked 6th on the Netherworld roll, Sima Dian from the Sima family. Sima Dian looked resolute and stared coldly at the Xianming Palace disciple. He glanced at Shenzong from the corner of his eyes. Shenzong's heart suddenly tightened. There was a grudge between him and the Sima family, and it was hard to guarantee that Sima Dian would not act against him. Shenzong was extremely vigilant. He tried his best to keep a distance so that he could escape. Scram! Sima Dian shouted angrily at the sky pride of the mysterious Nether Palace. You're just someone who has exhausted all of his potential, the mystic Nether Palace's genius said coldly. Sima Dian's eyelids twitched and his brows furrowed as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Actually, a few years ago, Sima Dian's ranking on the Dark Roll wasn't 6th, but 4th. However, after being challenged twice over the past few years, he had fallen from the top to the 6th place. Over the past few years, each and every one of the geniuses had increased in strength, except for him. Sima Dian knew that this was because he had exhausted his potential. Originally, he was the leader of the younger generation of the Sima family, but in these few years, he was gradually replaced by Sima Huanyu. On the surface, Sima Dian looked indifferent, but deep down, he was feeling terrible. Based on this situation, if he did not have any major opportunities, he would not be able to improve further. Moreover, he had not found the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. If this continued, he might fall out of the top 10 in a few years. This was unacceptable. This time, Sima Dian had entered the mysterious Nether Small World with the intention of finding opportunities to break through. Sima Dian was instantly enraged by the other party's words. A terrifying aura exploded from his muscular body, turning into a terrifying storm that roared out, as if it was going to destroy everything around it. Even though Sima Dian's potential had been exhausted, his current strength was still extremely terrifying. Immediately, the furious Sima Dian pointed his finger at Lin Fan. The force of this finger was extremely condensed, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It pierced through the void and shot out at an extremely fast speed like a thunderbolt. Its power was shocking. The mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride's expression changed drastically. His arms turned into phantoms, and the short blade at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. A cross-shaped blade radiance emanated with shocking sharpness, as if it was going to split the void into 4 pieces. In the distance, Chunzong's pupils constricted instantly. Whether it was the mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride or Sima Dian's attack, the power contained within it made Chunzong's heart palpitate. It was terrifying. If he did not use the power of the Azura doppelganger, his original body would not be able to withstand such an attack. After Sima Dian's finger shattered the cross-shaped blade radiance, he charged towards the mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride like a hot knife through butter. He had an astonishing aura that would not stop until he had pierced through the Sky Pride. The mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked, but his movements were not slow at all. He continuously waved his short blade, creating layers and layers of cross-shaped blade radiance that pushed forward like waves. After shattering the finger force, it cut through the void and charged towards Sima Dian. However, Sima Dian's face was filled with disdain. He gently pressed his palm against the air, and a terrifying palm print blasted through the void. Immediately, the edges of the 4-fingered ice dragon emitted a trace of sharp brilliance. With a light stroke, it seemed to cut through the void and split the heavens and earth. From afar, Chunzong was horrified. That stroke was as terrifying as a divine weapon. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand that stroke. Sima Dian's title was the 100 Martial Marquis, which meant that he was a Marquis-level genius. However, due to some special circumstances, his ability had reached a very high level, allowing him to be ranked in the top 10 of the Dark Leaderboard. In addition, the 2 words 100 martial arts meant that Sima Dian had mastered many martial arts techniques. This was also one of the reasons why Sima Dian could be ranked in the top 10 of the Dark Leaderboard. In the face of Sima Dian's seemingly casual but extremely terrifying stroke, the mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride's expression changed drastically. He retreated without hesitation. As his body swayed, he left behind layers of afterimages. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The afterimages seemed to have been sliced by an invisible blade. Like thin paper, they were sliced in half and dissipated. The mystic Nether Palace's Sky Pride, who had retreated, spilled a trail of blood and left with his wounds. Sima Dian stared at him, but had no intention of pursuing him. His gaze swept past Chunzong, causing Chunzong's hair to stand on end. He retreated without hesitation. Sima Dian, on the other hand, had no intention of pursuing him. From Sima Dian's point of view, Chunzong had humiliated young Master Sima, not Sima Dian himself. Ever since his position in the Sima family was replaced by Sima Huanyu, he had gradually become dissatisfied with the Sima family. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to deal with Chunzong because of Sima Huanyu, at least not when the other members of the Sima family were not present. Of course, if Chunzong took the initiative to provoke him, it would be a different story. Sima Dian smiled as he reached out and plucked the mysterious nether soul refining flower. This was a saint herb. After taking it out and refining it into an elixir, he could consume it and further strengthen his soul. He might even be able to find an opportunity to break through to the saint realm and make a breakthrough. Regardless of which it was, Sima Dian desired it. Obtaining the mysterious nether soul refining flower was equivalent to obtaining an opportunity to break through. However, compared to Chunzong, the effect of the mysterious nether soul refining flower was very ordinary. After all, Chunzong's soul was extremely powerful, comparable to a mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Chunzong was greatly shocked when he saw the strength of the top 10 and 10 rankers on the Underworld ranking. They had only made a few simple moves, and they had not even used their full strength, but they had already made his hair stand on end. Unless he used the power of the Azura clone, it would be difficult for him to fight against them. While the 108 prodigies on the Underworld ranking were searching for opportunities, 10 black figures flew across the sky. Their auras were faintly discernible, like ghosts. Black Fiend Assassins. These 10 black figures were the Black Fiend Assassins. They had risked their lives to sneak into the mysterious Nether Small World, to kill the prodigies on the underworld, ranking and cause great losses to the forces of the righteous path. The 10 black figures quickly spread out, each looking for a target to kill. The mysterious Nether Small World opened once every 100 years, and it had opened many times so far. Some of the opportunities had disappeared after being obtained, causing the number of opportunities to decrease. However, some opportunities were not one-off. After being obtained, they would still exist, and others could obtain them again. Between one-off opportunities and permanent opportunities, one-off opportunities were usually better. However, there were exceptions to everything. Some opportunities that could be obtained multiple times were quite extraordinary. At that moment, a few figures had gathered in front of a huge black stone tablet. One of them was a disciple of the mysterious Nether Palace, another was a disciple of the Chayang sect, and the last was a disciple of the Evergreen Fort. This was because the stone tablet contained an inheritance and an opportunity. As long as one passed the test set by the stone tablet, they would be able to obtain the opportunity. Although the mysterious Nether Small World was open to the public this time, and the prodigies on the underworld ranking were qualified to enter, it was basically the disciples of the mysterious Nether Palace who had entered before. The mysterious Nether Small World was also controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace. Naturally, the mysterious Nether Palace was very familiar with the mysterious Nether Small World. The mysterious Nether Palace was more familiar with some of the inheritance points in the mysterious Nether Small World. As for the other 4 major forces, they would also pay a price to exchange information with the mysterious Nether Palace. This was also the advantage of the major forces. The 3 prodigies from different major forces rushed toward the stone tablet. The moment their bodies came into contact with the stone tablet, they were sucked in and disappeared. The interior of the stone tablet was unique and mysterious. It had its own independent space. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The mysterious Nether Small World did not open for long. It was only a month. Chunzong found a stone tablet. The stone tablet was black in color, but upon closer inspection, one could see traces of fiery red lines on it. It seemed to form a picture of a burning flame, and it was constantly emitting heat. It was as if there was a flame burning fiercely within it. Feeling the aura, the purplish cloud black star flame in his body suddenly fluctuated as though it was being pulled by something. Chunzong was secretly delighted. It seemed that he had encountered an opportunity. As he approached the stone tablet and sensed the aura, Chunzong felt that the burning aura seemed to have become stronger. However, it did not make him feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it made him feel very comfortable. Chapter 1362. Red, red, red fire, fire, fire. Scorching heat swirl continuous, endless. Chunzong was constantly being roasted, as if he was going to be burned to ashes. What was even more shocking was that Chunzong found that his powerful half-sane energy had disappeared, and his powerful half-mixed heavenly energy had also disappeared. His powerful qi cultivation and body refining cultivation had disappeared without a trace. If not for Chunzong's strong will, he would have doubted that he had ever possessed such power. Facing such a situation, Chunzong did not panic. Instead, he dealt with it calmly. His body became very ordinary, as if he had never cultivated before. However, he had to endure the high temperature here, as if he was going to be roasted alive. The heat was unbearable, and the water in his body was constantly evaporating. He felt as if he was going to be burned to ashes. Chunzong dealt with it calmly, looking for a way out. The flame in front of him was burning fiercely, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. Staring at the flame, Chunzong carefully examined his body. Finally, he realized that his power had not completely disappeared. The power of the purple cloud black star flame was suppressed, but it still existed. The flame energy of the extraordinary powers was also present. Could it be directly related to fire? Zong could not help but guess. The signs in front of him and the remaining power in his body did not indicate this. Standing in the same place, Zong did not rush to act. Instead, he carefully sensed and thought. Zong had comprehended the power of fire based on the purplish cloud black star flame in his body. It had once been a great help to Zong. When he used the power of fire together with the purplish cloud black star flame, its might was even stronger. However, gradually, as Zong's strength increased, the power of the purple cloud black star flame could no longer keep up with Zong's footsteps. Only its purifying properties were still useful to Zong. Could it be that this time he had obtained a related inheritance? In the ancient memory fragments of King Taiyuan, there seemed to be records about the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. There seemed to be corresponding cultivation methods, but they were fewer and harder to obtain than ordinary cultivation methods. If cultivation methods were to be categorized, qi and body cultivation methods will be classified as normal cultivation methods, while cultivation methods that cultivated the mysterious power of heaven and earth will be called mystical methods. In the Taiyuan king's memories, there was no mystical art. In fact, there was very little information about mystical arts. Perhaps it was because the memories were incomplete, or perhaps there were other reasons. Zong had a flash of inspiration in his mind. There might be something related to mystical arts here, or even mystical arts that were closely related to the mystical fire of heaven and earth. If that was the case, and Xiaochen obtained it, it would be pretty good. At the very least, he would not waste the energy of the purple cloud black star flame. The thought flashed through his mind. The most important thing now was to pass the test. How to pass the test? For a moment, Zong had no clue, so he could only try. Activating the transcendent flame energy, he used it to awaken the dormant purple cloud black star flame. The purple cloud black star flame was completely still. When the flame energy came into contact with it, the purple cloud black star flame trembled slightly, as if it was about to wake up. However, it did not have enough energy and could not wake up. After many failed attempts, Xiaochen still could not awaken the purple cloud black star flame. Zong could not help but stop and continue to think. Soon after, his eyes focused on the raging fire in front of him. Then, Zong took a step forward. His footsteps were extremely firm, his expression was solemn, and his eyes were focused. He stepped directly into the raging fire. The moment the raging fire burned his body, Zong felt as if his body was about to be turned into ashes and his soul scattered. However, that was not the case. There was only an extremely terrifying burning energy that continuously forced its way into his body from the outside, seeping into the depths of this ordinary body. The feeling of the raging fire continuously drilling into his body was like a red-hot iron wire piercing into his skin, tearing through his flesh and bones. It was extremely painful. Enduring the pain, Zong walked towards the center of the fire. The temperature seemed to be even higher. As the fire spread, it was as if a fire dragon was swimming around, constantly spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that destroyed everything. Zong felt as if his body and soul were being burned into ashes by this terrifying fire, completely disappearing between heaven and earth, leaving not a trace behind. However, he was perfectly fine. This strange feeling of contradiction turned into a kind of torment, a torment that was like purgatory repeated over and over again between life and death. Vaguely, Zong came to a realization that he had to resist the burning of the fire in order to pass the test. It seemed to be a voice from the unseen world, a kind of reminder. However, although the burning of the fire did not cause any harm to his body, the terrifying heat made his body and soul suffer in torment. If he could not resist it, although he would not die here, he would not pass the test. Time passed slowly. Zong felt that the heat seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. His whole body was extremely uncomfortable, as if even his soul was being ignited. It was extremely painful. This kind of pain was difficult to describe with words, but it was constantly present and constantly intensified. Chunzong constantly mobilized the power of the fire to resist the burning of the fire. To a certain extent, it alleviated the pain, but gradually he felt powerless. Just as Chunzong felt that he could not hold on any longer, suddenly, the dormant purple cloud black star flame seemed to have had enough sleep and suddenly woke up. It was immediately activated by the power of the fire and quickly covered his entire body, repelling and resisting the burning of the fire that had invaded his body. Although the power of the purple cloud black star flame was not very strong, it was like a life-saving straw, making Chunzong secretly sigh in relief. At least, it could resist half of the burning power of the fire, allowing him to hold on for a longer time. Another thing that made Chunzong feel pressured was time. He did not know how long he would have to endure to pass the test. The unknown was always easy to feel fear. Time passed. Gradually, the heat rose again. Relying on the power of the purple cloud black star flame and the power of the fire, it was difficult to resist the terrifying heat. Chunzong's consciousness gradually became blurry, drifting like smoke. He was only relying on his tenacious instinct to continue holding on. That instinct was like a spiritual light that would not disperse. It was like an inextinguishable fire. Although it was small, it continued to burn as if it would never be extinguished. A strong soul gave Chunzong a stronger resistance. Unknowingly, Chunzong felt as if his consciousness had left his body and soared into the sky. His body seemed to have been ignited. A flame burned from within his body and spread rapidly. His body seemed to have turned into an inextinguishable flame that existed between heaven and earth and stayed for eternity. Immediately, even his soul seemed to be burning, turning into a soul flame. When this feeling arose, Chunzong felt a wave of relief. It was as if the raging flames could no longer affect him in the slightest, and could no longer make him feel pain. Fire, fire, fire. Burn, burn, burn. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chunzong felt as if he had turned into a flame. A torrent of information appeared like a torrent of fire and directly poured into Chunzong's soul. His powerful soul felt a little fulfilled and quickly received this piece of information. Before Chunzong had time to carefully examine the information that poured into his soul, he suddenly appeared outside the stone tablet. He had passed the test and obtained an opportunity. Chunzong immediately used his body movement and flew away. He was paying attention to the surroundings and checking the information that poured into his soul. Mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique. This was a strange technique for cultivating the special flames of heaven and earth. Strange techniques for cultivating the power of heaven and earth did not have high or low levels. At the beginning, they were all at the same level, the lowest level. Of course, strange techniques were strange techniques. They belonged to a different system from orthodox techniques and naturally could not be used to make a detailed comparison. However, strange techniques had a special feature, which was that they could continuously absorb and refine the power of heaven and earth to improve their quality. For example, Chunzong's purple cloud black star flame could be gradually improved as he cultivated after mastering the mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique. It could even break through the original shackles and become a heavenly flame. Its power would increase greatly. Of course, it wasn't easy to raise the earth force to the heaven force just by relying on the cultivation method. It would take a long time and a lot of energy to do so. However, if he could refine and absorb other heavenly flame, he could improve it faster and better, break through the original shackles, and reach a higher level. Chunzong hurried on his way and comprehended the mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique. This mysterious ancient refining flame technique could not be considered to be very mysterious or profound. With Chunzong's perception, he quickly comprehended it and grasped its essence. He began to cultivate it. Suddenly, the purple cloud-black star flame was mobilized. It moved in a strange route and trajectory in his body. A blazing aura spread out. Chunzong immediately noticed the difference. In the past, when he used the purple cloud-black star flame, it was very direct. But now, when he used the mysterious ancient flame refining art, there was a kind of indescribable ease and smoothness. He could move it freely as if it was his own arm, as if he was born with it. In this way, the efficiency increased by more than a few times. Moreover, the power was more condensed and the consumption was lower. This was just the beginning of the mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique. If he continued to cultivate it, it would be even more terrifying when it became more profound. Chunzong did not expect that his first opportunity after entering the mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique would be related to the heavenly flame. It was a mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique. With this mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique, it would be easier for him to refine and absorb the heavenly flame or the heavenly flame in the future. The heavenly flame was a kind of natural power. It was born extraordinary and had extraordinary mysteries. However, it was not easy to master it. If it was not for a coincidence, it would often be life-threatening. The stronger the heavenly flame, the harder it was to subdue it. However, with the help of the mysterious ancient fire cultivating technique, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. In addition, it was very difficult to fuse different heavenly flames. The first fusion was the easiest, but it was also full of danger. When fusing a second heavenly flame, the danger and difficulty would be multiplied by 10 times. In other words, even if Chunzong obtained a heavenly flame, it would be 10 times more difficult to fuse it into the purple cloud-black star flame and cause the purple cloud-black star flame to transform. Chapter 1363. The black figure flashed, and the black light pierced through the air. One of the prodigies on the netherworld roll, clutched his chest as fresh blood oozed out from between his fingers, dyeing his fingers red. His eyes widened as he stared at the black-robed figure in front of him in disbelief. He could only utter one word before taking his last breath. Soon after, the black robe flickered and rippled like water. Then, the black robe flew forward like a cicada, shedding its shell, and covered the body of the prodigy on the nether roll. Bright light burst out and spread in all directions. When the light dissipated, only a standing figure was left. It was the prodigy on the netherworld roll. Did he not die? Immediately after, a dark and deep luster flashed across the eyes of the prodigy on the netherworld roll, revealing an extremely cold aura fluctuation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a dense killing intent hung in it. With a flash of his body, he silently turned into a shadow and flew away. Under the mysterious ancient flame refining technique, the purple cloud-black star flame was like a tamed tiger. It was extremely obedient, but did not lose its ferocity. As he hurried to find other opportunities, he circulated the mysterious ancient flame refining technique. Although the purple cloud-black star flame's power could not be increased in a short period of time, Chunzong's mastery of the mysterious ancient flame refining technique had deepened. Even the power of the flame seemed to show signs of change, but it was still not enough. A huge tree grew on the ground. The tree was completely black, and its trunk was very thick. It would take at least 100 burly men to wrap their arms around it. The tree was 1,000 meters tall, and its canopy covered a distance of several thousand meters. It was like a huge black umbrella. A shocking cold aura emanated from the tree and swept in all directions, covering thousands of meters. It was even colder and purer than other places. A figure flew over at an astonishing speed. When he was thousands of meters away from the huge black tree, he stopped and stared at it in amazement. The Xianming tree is indeed shocking. The person muttered to himself. He was a disciple of the Xianming Palace, but he was not listed on the Underworld Board. His Xianming token was not even his own. It was given to him by someone else. The Xianming small world only recognized tokens, and not people. Only those with the Xianming token could enter. Of course, when one obtained the Xianming token, it usually meant that one was on the Netherworld roll. However, there were always some exceptions. For example, Su Mu Bai, who was ranked first on the Netherworld rankings. The Xianming token had been personally given to him by Su Mu Bai, the #1 prodigy on the Dark Leaderboard. He was Su Mu Bai's cousin. The profound underworld fruits are all mine. Su Mulong's eyes flickered as he stared at the black fruits on the Xianming tree excitedly. There were many opportunities in the mysterious underworld small world, and the mysterious underworld tree was one of them. The Xianming tree itself was not a fortuitous encounter, but it could produce Xianming fruits. Furthermore, every 100 years, the Xianming tree would produce a batch of Xianming fruits. If no one plucked them, then the energy within the Xianming fruit would be absorbed by the Xianming tree and recondense. Coincidentally, the Dark Nether Small World opened once every 100 years. Only the people from the Dark Nether Palace knew that there were at most 9 Dark Nether fruits on the Dark Nether tree. There were at least 3 fruits, and they were usually in the middle. And what were the effects of the mysterious underworld fruit? It could not increase one's cultivation base, nor could it increase one's strength directly. However, it could allow one to enter a unique cultivation state for a certain period of time. The cultivation state was also known as the Xianming Heart State. Under the Xianming Heart State, one's comprehension ability and other aspects would be enhanced. The efficiency of comprehension and cultivation would also increase greatly. It could be said that the Xianming fruit was a cultivation treasure. It was one of the rare sacred medicines. As soon as Su Mulong entered the Dark Nether Small World, he did not dare to do anything else. He immediately rushed over according to the map. 7. There are 7 Xianming fruits. That's great. Su Mulong was extremely excited. Although the Xianming tree could produce 9 Xianming fruits at most, it was rare. Most of them would only produce 5 or 6 Xianming fruits. It was extremely shocking to have 7 Xianming fruits. 7 Xianming fruits. I will keep 1 for myself and give 3 to cousin. The remaining 3 can be given to the sect or traded for other cultivation items that I need, Su Mulong said again. He had already started distributing the Xianming fruits even before he obtained them. According to cousin, the Xianming fruit from the Xianming tree is not easy to harvest because there will be a Xianming dragon snake guarding it. Su Mulong muttered to himself as he scanned the area with his sharp eyes, looking for the so-called Xianming dragon snake. However, he could not see or sense the Xianming dragon snake's aura. Although Su Mulong was confident in his strength and thought that he was not inferior to the underworld rankings prodigies, he was not arrogant to the point that he thought that the Xianming dragon snake was nothing. He had to be cautious. He took a step forward and slowly approached the Xianming tree. He stared at one of the Xianming fruits while paying attention to other movements. However, when Su Mulong approached the Xianming fruit, he still did not feel any danger. He immediately made his move. With a wave of his hand, a black light shot out. He wanted to cut off the head of the Xianming fruit and pluck it. In an instant, there was a sudden change. A wisp of black light that was as thin as a cow's hair was as fast as lightning. It silently shot out from the side, as if it had shot out from the void. It instantly shot toward the wisp of black light. After it shattered the wisp of black light, it turned in the air and mercilessly attacked Su Mulong. Su Mulong was shocked. His body flashed, and he quickly moved away as fast as lightning. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The palm print was completely black, as if it was made of black metal. It exuded a shocking chill with a hint of sharpness. The black lightning-like attack that was as thin as a cow's hair was shattered in an instant. Soon after, an extremely shocking roar was heard. A terrifying black storm blew as if it was going to shatter everything. The roar that seemed to come from the source made Su Mulong's heart skip a beat. His face turned slightly pale. He saw a giant black python coiled around the trunk of the Xianming tree. The giant python was as thick as a water bucket. Its head was shocking. Its eyes were golden and cold. As he stared at it, Su Mulong could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. This giant python was different from ordinary pythons. It had 4 limbs. Although they were short and thick, they looked very strong. Each of its limbs had 3 sharp claws. They were tightly clasped on the trunk of the Xianming tree. Its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The Xianming small world had a limit on one's strength. It could not reach the Saint Rudiment stage. However, the aura exuded by the Xianming dragon snake had reached the peak of the half-saint stage. Su Mulong was under great pressure as the Xianming dragon snake stared at him. He realized that he had underestimated the Xianming dragon snake. He originally thought that with his strength that was not inferior to the underworld rankings prodigies, he should be able to deal with the Xianming dragon snake and obtain the Xianming fruit. However, it seemed that it would not be so easy. Fortunately, he was not unprepared. With a sudden wave of his hand, a figure appeared beside him. It was a person in black armor. However, there was no sign of life in him. Suddenly, the black-armored person's eyes emitted a golden light. He raised his arms, and a long spear was formed in an instant. The spear spun and pierced through the void like a poisonous dragon. It carried an astonishing power that could penetrate and shatter everything. It shot toward the Xianming dragon snake like a giant cannon. The Xianming dragon snake was enraged when he took the initiative to attack. With a roar, a terrifying force shot out from its mouth and blasted toward the spear. The spear paused for a moment. A thick tail with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains smashed through the sky and slammed into the black-armored person's chest. With a bang, like the beating of a large drum, the black-armored man was instantly sent flying several hundred meters away. However, he paused, and his body stood straight on the ground like a long spear. Immediately, he shot forward at a shocking speed and became one with the spear. He transformed into an extremely terrifying light that pierced through everything and attacked. This was not a real person. It was a powerful puppet. It was much more powerful than an ordinary high-level half-saint stage puppet. With the puppet restraining the Xianming dragon snake, Su Mulong was relieved. He immediately turned into an arrow and shot toward the other Xianming fruit. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to pluck the mysterious nether fruit, another extremely terrifying black storm swept over. It brought along a shocking stench, causing Su Mulong's heart to thump wildly. He quickly executed his movement technique and dodged to the side. The Xianming dragon snake. There was a second one. Su Mulong's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Didn't they say there was only one? Why was there a second one? Although this Xianming dragon snake was smaller than the previous one, it was undeniable that it was very powerful. It was not something he could fight against now. However, he only had one Xianming puppet. It was lent to him by his cousin. Su Mulong's heart sank. If there were two Xianming dragon snakes, how could he pluck the Xianming fruit? If he did not obtain the Xianming fruit, then this trip to the Xianming small world would not be complete. He would not be able to fulfill his promise to his cousin. Su Mulong did not move. As he stared at the Xianming dragon snake, he quickly thought of a solution. The Xianming dragon snake did not move either. It seemed that as long as he did not attack the Xianming fruit or did not take the initiative to attack, the Xianming dragon snake would not retaliate. However, it stared at Su Mulong with a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. It looked like it would attack at any time. Su Mulong slowly retreated and distanced himself from the Xianming dragon snake. He retreated a few thousand meters and called back the Xianming puppet. Su Mulong pondered. How could he pluck the Xianming fruit under the protection of two Xianming dragon snakes? Moreover, it was not just one fruit, but 7. At that moment, a figure quickly flew over from afar and entered Su Mulong's line of sight. Su Mulong's eyes lit up. "Sir, please come over for a chat," Su Mulong said. Shenzong also saw the Xianming tree and Su Mulong. When he heard Su Mulong's voice, he turned around and flew over. "What's the matter?" Shenzong did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Sir, I would like to ask for your help. Once it's done, you will be greatly rewarded," Su Mulong said directly. Shenzong instinctively glanced at the Xianming tree. "My name is Su Mulong, a disciple of the Xianming Palace. Su Mubai is my cousin," Su Mulong continued. He revealed his identity. At the same time, he wanted to see the shock on Shenzong's face. "Su Mubai, He was the strongest in the Xianming Palace. He was the #1 Sky Pride on the Netherworld ranking. Chapter 1364. Su Mubai's cousin. Shinzong was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. It turned out that Su Mubai had not entered the Xianming small world, but he had given the Xianming token to his cousin. Su Mubai was the #1 genius on the underworld ranking and the chief disciple of the Xianming Palace. He had the ability and authority to do so. However, Chunzong did not try to curry favor with Su Mubai's cousin. Even if it was Su Mubai himself, Chunzong would not do so. Sir, this is the Xianming tree. There are 7 Xianming fruits on it. My cousin instructed me to take these Xianming fruits to refine a cauldron of elixirs. However, the Xianming fruits are guarded by 2 powerful Xianming flood dragons. My Xianming puppet can only hold back one of them. Please hold back the other one so that I can retrieve the 7 Xianming fruits. When Su Mulong saw the surprise on Chunzong's face, he felt a little smug. However, he did not forget his purpose. Of course, he would not reveal the true effect of the Xianming fruit. The Xianming tree and Xianming fruit were only known by a few people in the Xianming Palace. As long as you help me retrieve all the Xianming fruits, I can give you a primary heaven elixir as a reward, Su Mulong added. A primary heaven elixir. This was definitely a great fortune for a half-step saint. However, it was not enough to tempt Chunzong. What Chunzong was more curious about was the Xianming fruit. Although he had never heard of it before, Chunzong's intuition told him that the Xianming fruit was not simple. This was the Xianming small world. Anything in the Xianming small world was an opportunity that could be obtained. Naturally, there was no question about who should own it. Tell me the true effect of the Xianming fruit, Chunzong said directly. I'm not sure about the exact effect of the Xianming fruit. I only know that it's a kind of sacred medicine. It's a supplementary medicine for some kind of saint-grade elixir. Su Mulong frowned slightly and said, My cousin, Su Mubai, instructed me to retrieve it. As he spoke, Su Mulong felt as though Chunzong's sharp gaze had seen through him. He could not help but feel a little angry, seeing that the other party was not telling the truth and was even using Su Mubai to pressure him. Chunzong sneered inwardly. He was even more certain that this mysterious underworld fruit was extraordinary. Turning around and staring at one of the fruits, Chunzong suddenly felt a sense of oppression, as if there was an invisible pressure pressing down on his glabella. Danger! Su Mulong's strength was not bad, but in terms of perception, he could not compare with Chunzong. Combined with what Su Mulong had said, the source of the danger might be the so-called Xianming flood dragon. Since you are unwilling to reveal the true effects of the profound underworld fruit, then let's rely on our own abilities, said Chunzong with a smile. His words were as sharp as a sword. Su Mulong's expression changed drastically. His eyes looked cold and sharp, as if he was going to cut Chunzong's body. Unfortunately, Chunzong was not afraid. Since you have the ability, go ahead and pick it. Su Mulong was determined to conceal the true effect of the mysterious underworld fruit. His attitude was very tough. From Su Mulong's point of view, the 7 mysterious underworld fruits were already in his bag and should belong to him. How could he let others have a share of it? Although Su Mubai's explanation played a part, the truth was that one could only consume one mysterious underworld fruit. The second one would be ineffective. In the end, Su Mulong wanted most of the mysterious underworld fruits. Chunzong ignored Su Mulong and observed carefully. With his outstanding eyesight, he could not find the Xianming flood dragon. It was as if it had merged with the trunk of the Xianming tree. It was very secretive, and he could only sense danger. Chunzong took a step forward and slowly approached the Xianming tree. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. In other words, he was paying attention to the movements of the so-called Xianming flood dragon and Su Mulong. Su Mulong looked at Chunzong with a cold smile. He wanted to see how Chunzong was going to pick the mysterious underworld fruit. From Su Mulong's point of view, one would not be a match for the Xianming flood dragon if one did not have the strength of one of the top 10 on the underworld ranking. In fact, if one did not have the strength of his cousin Su Mu Bai, the other top 10 geniuses of the underworld ranking would not be able to pick a single mysterious underworld fruit under the watch of the two Xianming flood dragons. This confidence made Su Mulong ignore Chenzong. Instead, he acted as if he was waiting to watch a good show. This was because Su Mulong was certain that Chenzong would not be able to get a single mysterious underworld fruit. As he approached step by step, Chenzong still could not sense the Xianming flood dragon's location other than the sense of danger he felt. Shortly after, Chenzong stared at one of the mysterious underworld fruits. His gaze seemed to have substance. Traces of aura spread out and locked onto the mysterious underworld fruit. In an instant, Chenzong felt an extremely cold aura spread out and locked onto him from afar. It was as if it wanted to freeze him. Chenzong's hair stood on end. He stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light. Through the mysterious underworld fruit, he vaguely saw a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Those eyes caused Chenzong's muscles to stiffen for no reason. A chill rose from the bottom of his feet and rushed up his spine to his head. It was terrifying. However, Chenzong only found one Xianming flood dragon, not two. Perhaps the other one was hiding somewhere else. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong regained his composure. With such a powerful exotic beast guarding it, the mysterious underworld fruit was even more extraordinary. He had to get it. As for what effect it had, he had to get it first. Step by step, Chenzong continued to walk forward, getting closer and closer. However, the Xianming flood dragon did not move. Its pair of cold, emotionless eyes stared at Chenzong. Its cold, oppressive aura had locked onto him. It seemed to be waiting for Chenzong to make a move. Chenzong paid attention to the Xianming flood dragon while paying attention to other movements around him. At the same time, he stared at the mysterious underworld fruit. Close. Make a move. In that instant, his right hand reached out, his 5 fingers slightly spread open. Like a heavenly dragon's claw, his hand drew an incomparably mysterious trajectory. It was as smooth as flowing water, as if it were made by nature. He wanted to grab the mysterious underworld fruit in his hand. Just as Chenzong's hand was about to touch the mysterious underworld fruit, the hidden Xianming flood dragon moved. When it was still, it was like a statue, motionless. When it moved, it was as fast as lightning, incomparably fast. Chenzong's hand flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He instantly dodged the Xianming flood dragon's attack and once again reached for the mysterious underworld fruit. However, the Xianming flood dragon's reaction was even faster. It immediately chased after him, and with a shake of its tail, it smashed towards Chenzong's chest. Chenzong was horrified. The might of this attack was so strong that it made his hair stand on end. If he was hit, even with his strong physique, he would not be able to withstand in the slightest and would be heavily injured. With a shake of his left hand, the gilded mountainous sword was instantly unsheathed. It drew a beautiful arc of light, like a crescent moon falling from the sky. This sword was majestic, mighty, domineering, and sharp. This sword was unparalleled. Slash! In an instant, the sword collided with the Xianming flood dragon's tail. The sword light shattered, and Chenzong felt an extremely terrifying force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It caused the gilded mountainous sword to almost fly out of his hand. His chest felt stuffy and swollen, as if he was about to vomit blood. The force was extremely overbearing and extremely cold. It invaded his body in an attempt to wreak havoc. Chenzong quickly used all of his strength to resist it. Retreat. In an instant, Chenzong retreated dozens of meters before he could stabilize himself. His chi and blood were in turmoil. This scene immediately made Su Mulong laugh out loud. My condition still hasn't changed. As long as you help me restrain the Xianming flood dragon and let me get the mysterious underworld fruit, I'll give you a primary heaven elixir as a reward, Su Mulong said again. Chenzong ignored Su Mulong, who had a strong sense of superiority. Instead, he stared at the Xianming flood dragon and thought quickly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind. With just one collision, Chunzong knew that the Xianming Flood Dragon's strength was terrifying. With his current strength, he was no match for it. Moreover, the Xianming Flood Dragon's fighting instincts were amazing. It would be extremely difficult to break through its defense and get the mysterious underworld fruit with techniques. After some calculations, Chunzong was not confident. Therefore, he would have to use the Azura clone's power. In the outside world, Chunzong was worried that he would be seen through by a group of Saint Rel powerhouses. Therefore, he was unwilling to use the Azura clone's power. However, in this place, a trivial Su Mulong would not be able to see through him. With a flash, Chunzong approached the mysterious underworld fruit again. His speed was as fast as lightning. Su Mulong was angry, but he was also gloating. Soon after, Su Mulong also made his move. As long as Chunzong resisted the Xianming Flood Dragon, he could let the Xianming puppet resist the other Xianming Flood Dragon and get the mysterious underworld fruit. The 7 mysterious underworld fruits were scattered around the huge mysterious underworld tree. There was a certain distance between them. The mysterious underworld fruit that Su Mulong chose was the furthest away from the one that Chunzong chose. It was a few thousand meters away. Although a few thousand meters was nothing to a half-saint and could be crossed in an instant, a few thousand meters was enough for Su Mulong to react. Even if Chunzong was repelled and the Xianming Flood Dragon chased after him, Su Mulong would have enough time to react and escape. Su Mulong's idea was good, and his actions were fast. Chunzong naturally noticed Su Mulong's actions, but he did not pay attention to him. Close. Heavenly Fiend Force Field. In an instant, a terrifying evil chi spread out and covered a radius of 20 meters. It directly fell on the Xianming Flood Dragon. The Xianming Flood Dragon's body trembled slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed through its cold and emotionless eyes. The Heavenly Fiend Force Field's strength lay in the impact and interference of evil chi, which weakened the opponent's strength. This ability was often effective against life forms with souls, but it was ineffective against life forms without souls. The Xianming Flood Dragon had a soul and was an intelligent life form. It was natural that it would be affected. However, Chunzong also sensed that the Heavenly Fiend Force Field's effect on the Xianming Flood Dragon was not as strong as he had imagined. The Xianming Flood Dragon was only a half-saint, the peak of the half-saint realm. The strength of a half-saint was not as strong as a saint realm expert, but its resistance to the Heavenly Fiend Force Field was at the first Heaven Saint realm. However, Chunzong was also glad that the Heavenly Fiend Force Field was effective. Otherwise, he would have to use more of his trump cards. The suppression of the Heavenly Fiend Force Field affected the Xianming Flood Dragon, causing it to become disoriented and slowed down. Chunzong's sword slashed through the air, and a tyrannical force broke through the air. After repelling the Xianming Flood Dragon, Chunzong flicked a profound Ming fruit into the air and grabbed it with his left hand. A wave of cold energy quickly spread out, as if it wanted to penetrate his arm and enter his bone marrow. Chapter 1365. Swoosh! The sword radiance pierced through the air as though it was flying on a sword. It flew towards the other mysterious underworld fruit. Although Chunzong did not know the true effect of the mysterious underworld fruit, it was undeniable that it was a sacred medicine. Moreover, judging from Su Mulong's performance, he was certain that it was not something an ordinary sacred medicine could compare to. Since he had come across it, it was an opportunity. There was no reason for him to let it go. Coincidentally, he had the ability to obtain it. Su Mulong ordered the Xianming puppet to hold off the other Xianming dragon snake, while he quickly made his move and rushed towards the mysterious underworld fruit. Su Mulong was also paying attention to Chunzong's actions. When he saw that Chunzong had successfully obtained a mysterious underworld fruit under the Xianming dragon snake's guard, he was shocked. It was as though a tsunami was about to drown his mind. His movements paused as the corners of his eyes twitched. The corners of his mouth unknowingly pulled into an exaggerated arc shock. Horror. With the help of the Xianming puppet, he had not been able to obtain a single mysterious underworld fruit. However, Chunzong had managed to obtain a mysterious underworld fruit on his own. How is this possible? Su Mulong only felt a strong wave of dizziness as he was too shocked and unable to comprehend what had happened. He recognized Chunzong. In fact, Su Mulong had done some research on the underworld leaderboard. Chunzong had been in the limelight recently. However, his ranking on the underworld leaderboard was not high. Su Mulong felt that his strength was much higher than Chunzong's. If he could not do it, how could someone who was weaker than him do it? It was incomprehensible. Chunzong did not care about Su Mulong's shock. He flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning and appeared at the second mysterious underworld fruit in an instant. At the same time, the Xianming dragon snake seemed to be completely enraged. It let out a terrifying roar that carried a deep, tsunami-like anger. Boom! The enraged Xianming dragon snake was extremely terrifying. Its huge body was like a destructive thunderbolt that wanted to shatter everything. The space rippled, causing Chunzong's hair to stand on end. Immediately after, the Xianming dragon snake opened its mouth and shot out a black light that carried a strong stench and evil aura. It shot towards Chunzong at lightning speed. Illusory net 9 changes. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had been split. Chunzong's Xianming net underworld fruit. 2 of them were destroyed by the black light. Xianming dragon snake. Xuanming's Xianming. Su Mulong had just recovered from a shock, and he made a move once again. He was about to pluck the mysterious nether fruit, but unexpectedly, a beam of light with extremely terrifying might shot over. If he didn't dodge and was hit, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. Su Mulong had no choice but to dodge. With this dodge, he was unable to pluck the mysterious underworld fruit. Innate ferocious force field. Chunzong released the innate ferocious force field again. It immediately enveloped the Xianming dragon snake. The overbearing evil aura caused the Xianming dragon snake to pause for a moment. Confusion appeared in the depths of its cold and emotionless eyes. This was the sign of confusion due to the impact of the evil aura on its soul. Chunzong took advantage of this opportunity to grab the second Xianming fruit. Chunzong quickly stored the second Xianming fruit into a spatial ring. Su Mulong caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was extremely shocked. How could this be? How could he have gotten another Xianming fruit? The Xianming dragon snake was enraged for the second time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from its body. The Xianming dragon snake opened its mouth and a terrifying storm was created. It did not rush out, but instead, it sucked in. The suction force was shocking. It was as if it wanted to devour the world. Chunzong felt that the innate ferocious force field seemed to have lost its effect. The suction force fell on his body like a black hole that wanted to suck him in. It was hard to resist. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately burst out with all his strength and displayed the illusory 9 transformation technique to the extreme. He transformed into 3 people and quickly retreated. However, 2 of them were sucked into the Xianming dragon snake's open mouth without any resistance. The other person struggled to escape. The further away he was, the weaker the suction force was, and the faster he escaped. Su Mulong was shocked. The suction force quickly spread out and covered a radius of a few thousand meters. Everything was within its range. Shortly after, a mysterious underworld fruit flew into the Xianming dragon snake's mouth and disappeared. In the next breath, the Xianming dragon snake's body trembled and let out a shocking sound. It was like thunder rolling. In an instant, it swelled up and its suction force became even stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other Xianming dragon snake seemed to be affected as well. It was enraged and fiercely attacked the Xianming puppet. It flew towards the giant Xianming dragon snake and was sucked into the Xianming dragon snake's mouth like a whirlpool. It disappeared. This scene appeared in front of Su Mulong's eyes. It made him despair. The Xianming puppet was not his. It was lent to him by his cousin. The purpose was to have one more trump card for this trip. Now it was being swallowed by the Xianming dragon snake. The suction force became stronger and stronger. The second Xianming fruit flew into the Xianming dragon snake's mouth, causing its body to swell up once again. The suction force became even stronger and more terrifying. Su Mulong used all his strength and slowly retreated. Otherwise, if this continued, he might be swallowed and become the Xianming dragon snake's food. All 5 mysterious underworld fruits fell into the Xianming dragon snake's mouth. The Xianming dragon snake's body doubled in size, and its already huge body became even more terrifying. The aura it emitted became even more shocking, and it was as cold as hell. Its huge eyes were extremely cold, as if they could destroy all emotions. When they looked at each other, Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chunzong retreated and quickly distanced himself from the Xianming tree. No matter how angry Su Mulong was, he could only retreat as fast as he could. The further he was from the Xianming tree, the better. Obviously, the Xianming dragon snake was thoroughly enraged and became even more terrifying. Although its aura had not broken through to the level of a high-tier demonic beast, its strength was not inferior to a high-tier demonic beast. Su Mulong hated Chunzong to the core. If Chunzong had not taken the 2 Xianming fruits, the Xianming dragon snake would not have been so furious. If the Xianming dragon snake was not so furious, it would not have swallowed everything around it, including his Xianming puppet and the 5 Xianming fruits. Everything was Chunzong's fault. However, at this moment, even though Su Mulong wanted to kill Chunzong, he could not do anything to Chunzong. The Xianming dragon snake had left the Xianming tree and was madly chasing Chunzong. With the Xianming dragon snake's strength, it could definitely kill Chunzong. Su Mulong could not get close, or he would be in trouble. With a gloomy face, Su Mulong's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He stared at Chunzong, who was quickly moving away. The Xianming dragon snake was also chasing after him. Its huge body cut open the ground, leaving a huge gully. It was a shocking sight. An extremely cold aura spread out from the Xianming dragon snake. The Xianming dragon snake was only a half-saint, but its strength had reached the level of a high-tier demonic beast. It was very fast. Its thick limbs moved across the ground like a python. Not only did it leave a huge gully, but it also left traces of its limbs. A sense of danger engulfed Chunzong's entire body. His face turned cold. He could only use his body movement to move forward quickly. Its body was like the wind, but the furious Xianming dragon snake's speed was very shocking. It kept getting closer, and the distance between them was shrinking. At this rate, the Xianming dragon snake would catch up to him in just a few dozen breaths. As he maintained his high speed, Chunzong started to think. There was no doubt that the Xianming dragon snake's strength had reached the level of a high-tier demonic beast. It was equivalent to the first heaven saint realm. Cultivation was cultivation, and strength was strength. It would not be limited because of this. However, if he summoned his Azura clone, it would be suppressed by the Xianming small world. It would not be easy to deal with the Xianming dragon snake. After using the blood-dripping sword seal so many times, it had become very faint. He estimated that he could only use it 2 or 3 more times. As such, he could only borrow the Azura clone strength. After making up his mind, Chunzong immediately mobilized the Azura clone strength. The tyrannical, fiendish, holy energy instantly spread out and rushed into Chunzong's body like a flood breaking through a dam. Fortunately, Chunzong had absorbed a large amount of fiendish qi before, so he had a stronger tolerance for the fiendish holy energy. The late First Heaven Saint Realm fiendish holy energy spread throughout his body. At the same time, Chunzong felt a kind of suppression. This suppression came from the outside world. It came from heaven and earth. It came from the Xianming small world. Under the suppression, the fiendish holy energy was suppressed to the half-true saint realm. However, it was still at the peak of the half-true saint realm. Moreover, its strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary first heaven saint realm expert. Turning around, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. Shocking fiendish holy energy shot out from the sword like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Burning Azura sword technique. Fiendish holy energy like a dragon. Chunzong had not cultivated this technique before. However, the Azura clone had cultivated it, so Chunzong could share it with him. This was a sword technique. If it wasn't for the fiendish holy energy, it would be difficult to unleash its full power. Therefore, Chunzong would not use it normally. He would rather use the blood-dripping sword technique. However, with the help of a cultivation technique, its power would be even more terrifying. Kill. At the same time, Chunzong released the innate fiendish force field. Even though the effect was reduced, it still had some effect. The giant shimming flood dragon had lost its mind. It didn't even try to dodge the attack. Instead, it charged forward. Under the terrifying collision, the fiendish holy energy dragon shattered. The shimming flood dragon's body also stopped. Chunzong slashed out a second time. Fiendish holy energy dragon. Another fiendish holy energy dragon pierced through the air and struck the Xianming flood dragon. Borrowing the strength of the Azura clone, Chunzong's main body had to bear the brunt of the fiendish holy energy. Fortunately, the fiendish holy energy from before had helped him adapt. In addition, his body refinement had broken through to the mid-true saint realm. Even so, he couldn't maintain it for long. He had to end the battle quickly. Third slash. Fiendish holy energy thunder. Chapter 1366. A shocking sound shook the heavens and earth. It was like the first thunder after awakening hibernation. It was like the first sound of the beginning of the world. It was the prelude to life and also the prelude to the end. The murderous aura pierced through the air like lightning and struck the powerful Xianming dragon snake. The Xianming dragon snake was shocked, but it was unable to dodge. It was struck by the murderous aura and trembled violently. The tyrannical power tore a bloody hole in its body. After 3 consecutive strikes, Chunzong felt pain all over his body. It was as if he was being slashed by blades. The power of the murderous holy force was still very strong for Chunzong. I can only use one more strike. Chunzong thought to himself. One more strike, and his body would reach its limit in terms of the holy fiend force. If he continued, he would end up hurting himself. The 4th strike. Murderous thunder. The sword light turned into lightning and struck the Xianming dragon snake again. It pierced through the sword wound and into the Xianming dragon snake's body. Under the intense pain, the Xianming dragon snake's huge body trembled violently. It swung its tail wildly, shattering the ground. But the Xianming dragon snake's vitality was too strong. It showed no signs of dying. Chunzong knew that even if he used the power of the blood-dripping sword mark, it would be difficult to kill it, unless the power of the blood-dripping sword mark was exhausted. The blood-dripping sword mark could only be used 2 or 3 more times. If he used it to kill the Xianming dragon snake, Chunzong felt that it was not worth it. He made a prompt decision. Go. While the Xianming dragon snake was injured, Chunzong wanted to use his movement technique to leave. Suddenly, Chunzong felt the Xianming dragon snake's aura drop and stopped. The Xianming dragon snake's body kept twisting and swaying, as if in pain. It gradually shrank, and its powerful aura dropped bit by bit. It seemed that the previous violence was passing. Chunzong's eyes lit up. The murderous aura in his body receded like a tide and returned to his Azura doppelganger. His own power circulated throughout his body, relieving the burden of the murderous aura as he stared at the Xianming dragon snake. Su Mulong chased after Chunzong from afar. After thinking about it, he still could not release the anger in his heart, so he chased after Chunzong. He did not see the battle between Chunzong and the Xianming dragon snake, but he saw the Xianming dragon snake's aura weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Chunzong attacked again. Blood splattered from his sword. The Bloodspurt sword, which had reached the small success stage, was even faster and more powerful. With a flash of bloodlight, it struck the weakened Xianming flood dragon snake. Strike while he's down. Kill, kill, kill. Sword after sword struck out continuously, bombarding the Xianming Jiao snake's body. It penetrated its wounds and wreaked havoc inside. Sword chi wreaked havoc everywhere. The Xianming flood dragon snake continued to struggle, but it was unable to retaliate. Under the gilded mountain sword, the berserk Xianming flood dragon snake's strength was greatly reduced. It was continuously wounded, and its body was cut in half by Chunzong. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong stored the corpse of the Xianming dragon snake into a storage ring. In any case, it was not a weak demonic beast, so it had some value. Seeing the Xianming flood dragon snake's death, Su Mulong's speed increased. He streaked across the sky like a stream of light, approaching Chunzong. His tyrannical aura also locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong, hand over the 2 Xianming fruits. Su Mulong's face was gloomy. His tone was cold and threatening, like a sword. Of the 7 Xianming fruits, Chunzong had picked 2, while the other 5 were devoured by the berserk Xianming flood dragon snake. Su Mulong did not get a single one, and he even lost a precious Xianming puppet. Therefore, he had to get the Xianming fruits. Even if he did not have 7, he had to get at least 2. One for himself, and the other for his cousin. Only then could he make up for the loss of the Xianming puppet. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He then calmly stared at Su Mulong. Tell me first, what is the true effect of the Xianming fruit? After consuming the Xianming fruit, it can allow one to enter the Xianming state of mind. The Xianming state of mind will increase the efficiency of cultivation and comprehension. However, each person can only consume one, Su Mulong immediately said. At this moment, Su Mulong had no intention of hiding anything. As long as there was a chance, he had to get the Xianming fruit. I see. Chunzong was secretly delighted when he heard this. No wonder Su Mulong wanted the Xianming fruit so badly. No wonder it was guarded by the powerful Xianming flood dragon snake. It was indeed a very precious sacred medicine. After knowing the true effect of the Xianming fruit, Chunzong naturally would not give it to Su Mulong. In a flash, Chunzong immediately left. Stop! Su Mulong was stunned at first, then became furious. He originally thought that Chunzong would give it to him after he revealed the true effect of the Xianming fruit. Now, it seemed that he was just toying with him. At the same time, Su Mulong burst out at full speed to chase after Chunzong. He pointed his finger, and a strong black finger force with a chilling intent shot out. It was as if it was going to pierce through Chunzong. Turning around, Chunzong slashed with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon falling from the sky. It was powerful, overbearing, and sharp. After it shattered the finger force, it went for Su Mulong. Chunzong, leave the Xianming fruit, and I will spare your life. Su Mulong roared after he shattered the sword light again. If you want to die, come and get it. Chunzong was not polite at all. Die! Su Mulong was extremely furious. He activated the Xianming true technique, and a powerful force gushed out. A black aura soared into the sky and spread out a shocking fluctuation. The temperature suddenly dropped. Immediately, Su Mulong struck with his palm. The black palm print was like the condensation of the Xianming water. It not only had a chilling intent, but it also had the weight of a mountain. It struck down with a loud bang. Suppress. Attack. Crush. Chunzong only felt that the palm fell. The chilling aura spread all over his body and penetrated into his body from the surface, freezing his strength and vitality. For example, Sheng Yuan. Su Mulong's strength was obviously stronger. However, the current Chunzong could not be compared to the time when he fought with Sheng Yuan. He was even stronger now. A crimson light flashed, and it was like a crimson lightning that broke through the sky. Blood splattered with his sword. Immediately, Su Mulong's finger trembled. The black Xianming true force quickly spread out and wrapped around his finger. He shook it gently, and there was a soft sound. He flicked his 10 fingers, and streaks of black finger force shot out like a rainstorm. They were extremely fast and powerful. Illusory, net 9 changes. 3 figures alternated and dodged the finger force. They closed in on Su Mulong and slashed down with their swords. The sword was as powerful as a mountain. His momentum was heavy, and his might was unparalleled. Su Mulong only felt his body tremble, as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Xianming true armor. The shadow of a black armor spread out and protected him from Chunzong's sword. Xianming python. With a shake of his arm, the jet-black Xianming true force surged endlessly and instantly filled his entire arm. It was as if his bones had been removed. His arm became incomparably soft and had an indescribable tenacity. Like a python, he shook his body and burst forth with an extremely shocking power. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear the python's roar and smelled the python's fishy smell. The attack had the shadow of the Xianming python. It was like a miniature version of the Xianming python, pouncing on Su Mulong with murderous intent. Chunzong's expression turned cold. His eyes shot out an extremely cold light, like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. The gilded mountainous sword suddenly burst forth with astonishing power, sweeping away thousands of troops with a single strike. It drew out the light of a waning moon, and then it suddenly pierced forward, as if it was the charge of thousands of soldiers and horses. After the attack, both of them retreated and activated their hard domains. Everything within a 6-meter radius was under his control. Even with his eyes closed, Chunzong could accurately grasp everything within a 6-meter radius. The power of the gilded mountain sword that weighed 150 kilograms was activated to the extreme. 1,000-blade slash. Blood drop swordsmanship. The 2 sword techniques were performed alternately. Su Mulong quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a huge black seal was formed in the air. Xianming giant handprint. It was the famous secret skill of the Xianming Palace. Its power was extremely powerful. The palm was like a black mountain that fell from the sky. It was extremely heavy and cold, as if it was going to crush the earth. It also crushed Chunzong's body. Su Mulong's Xianming giant handprint was much more powerful than Sheng Yuan's. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was shattering. Chunzong felt his muscles and bones trembling as if they were going to be crushed. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet and spread out rapidly. His heart domain fluctuated slightly, as if it was going to be crushed. However, it resisted stubbornly. It was unavoidable. He felt as if his soul and body were being locked down. Then he would break it. Sky crystal battle body. In an instant, he swung his sword. The sword light exploded into countless sword lights that surged in the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky. The sword was as powerful as a storm. Layers of sword lights shattered. Then, a crimson light swept across the sky like a crimson lightning. Blood-splattering sword. Under the sky crystal battle body's power, blood-splattering sword power had reached the extreme. Kill. The Xianming giant handprint paused for a moment. Then, a crack appeared and spread out rapidly. Su Mulong's eyes widened, and he was shocked. His Xianming giant handprint was crushed. It was unbelievable. Blood-splattering sword. The second sword seemed to fall from the sky like a crimson lightning that tore the earth apart. It was extremely fast. Kill. Su Mulong's eyes shrunk, and he was terrified. His strength was indeed not weak. Although he was not listed on the Netherworld roll, his strength was much stronger than Sheng Yuan's. However, in the face of Chunzong's sword, he felt powerless. It was difficult for him to defend himself. Chunzong, I'll come for you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mulong was swept away by the black light. A pair of black light wings seemed to grow on his back. With a flap, he turned into a black streamer and flew away at a shocking speed. In an instant, he disappeared before Chunzong's eyes. The crimson lightning lost its target, but it did not strike the ground. Instead, under Chunzong's control, its power was retracted and returned to him. Shenzong stared in the direction where Su Mulong left. His face was solemn. Su Mulong was not weak. He was also a disciple of the Xianming Palace and Su Mubai's cousin. Now that he had a grudge with him, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Perhaps trouble would come knocking on his door soon. However, as long as he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of trouble. Taking out a Xianming fruit, Shenzong stared at it. He realized that although the Xianming fruit was completely black, there were some mysterious patterns on it. The patterns seemed to be on the surface, but they also seemed to be hidden deep inside the fruit. Traces of cold aura filled the air with an indescribable mystery. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.